Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, Nomaniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. I'm your host, Nomad. Over there to my right is my other trustee. That's Triple R. We don't know where the Canadian is right now. He's somewhere doing something probably degenerate. That's what he does, man. He's a gambler and probably an alcoholic. No, I'm just kidding. He ain't really an alcoholic. But seriously, man, I just I had some plans right before the show. I had like about 30, 40 minutes trip right before the show. And I was planning on doing something a little extra for the show. And right when I was getting ready to pull it off, I turn on YouTube, and guess what's on there?
What?
A brand new Bears 1920 football drive.
Oh, nice.
I was pissed off, man. That ain't nice. It's not nice, man. When I got shit to do, that is not nice, man. I was literally getting ready to take care of something, but that's okay. We'll save it for next week. But yeah, man, 1920s football drive came on, and I was that nostalgia, man. I what stuck out to me was the Green Bay game and what it took for us to get that win, and how Ryan Post was talking about how big of a smile it put on George McCaskey's face for the entire week, for that win. I was just like, man, it's like a mini Super Bowl for us, man. And after all the years of taking the L's from them dudes, man, that might have been the most relieving thing that happened all season. I mean, I'm talking about with all the wins and where we got to in the playoffs. That was probably more gratifying to me just because of the simple fact that I was just sick and tired of them dudes finding ways to beat us. It was just, oh, man, I just had them fuzzy feelings all over me, man, the entire time I was watching that. But that part in particular, man, obviously you haven't seen it. But yeah, it's gonna remind you a couple things, man. It was a good little episode, man. But
that kind of stuff is cool, and it's like reminiscing, and it's like, hey, cool. But I'm more of a forward-looking guy because guess what? That season is over, and it's like, all right, how do we improve? How do we get to the place where our team is playing, for the Super Bowl. It's like, yay, it was cool. It's a good stepping stone moments, getting over hurdles, and all of that fun stuff. But yeah, that's over. So let's keep it moving.
Welcome in some new people I'm seeing in here for the first time. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to the channels, all three of them, in fact, the Nomad Network, Kids Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, man. So shout out to Kasim Baker, who I see here, Benjamin Williams. I think you've been here before.
Yeah, definitely.
Kenyon Perry. Shout out to you guys. Crystal Brown, I'm sure I've seen you here, but just in case, welcome in. Appreciate you guys for being here, man. As everybody starts to fill in, got a lot of stuff for you all, like we do every single week, man. It's a bunch to talk about. We're going to get into the food and drink here in a minute. We've also got the Bears conversation to come right after that. I'm giving you the sequence. So we're going to have a couple of food and drink things to take care of right off the top. And then we'll get very deeply into the Bears conversation. And after that, we're going to get into some doomsday survival, some stuff that I know Trips really enjoys. I enjoy it too, but I know you all will enjoy some of the ideas that we're giving you for that segment of the show. I'm telling you, right now is the time to really, really pay attention to that particular segment of the show. Somewhere down the line, I got a feeling some people might need some of those things that we suggest in that segment. And then right after that, we're going to get into that Philadelphia experiment story that we were supposed to do last week, but we kind of got sidetracked. And so we'll do that. And then at the very end of it, we'll do some movie reviews, some stuff I know Triple R and at least one or two of them I know they're going to like. So we got 3 of those to do. So, man, we're gonna have a good time doing that. But, man, before we get started, let's do like we always do, Triple O. Let's get human about what's been happening with life, man. You healthy? Everybody happy?
Yeah, everything's good. Since Sunday, nothing new, nothing different really. So just getting the content going on the different platforms, if you will, and keeping it moving.
Amen to that, man. I've had a weird kind of week, man, because after you and I had the backstage conversation at the not the last show, the show before last, we was talking about, digging into these draft picks and what we're gonna be able to do in the draft. Just talking about some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I committed myself to really start to dig in, and I did. I dug in pretty good, but not to the level that I could have, man, because my girlfriend had a couple of days off and I forgot about it. And whenever she's in town, whenever she's home, bro, and she's got the whole weekend off coming. So just for the record, I got to squeeze in Thursday and Friday to try to get in as much as I can, because Saturday and Sunday is a wash for anything that I can do in that regard, man, because she definitely dominates the boys' time, man, whenever she's at home, which I don't mind, man. We have a good time together, man. It's great to be in a relationship when you can be cool and friends with a person is, that's great, man, because when you got to cohabitate with somebody and share your space with somebody, it's a good thing to have going on is people like each other. So that's great. You know what I mean? So it's not like a burden whenever she's off. I'm just saying, whenever she's off, is some of the things that I want to do, I cannot do because she's there to dominate that time.
Yeah, you make that choice to be in a relationship, you got to do that.
What's going on, Commish?
What up, Crooked?
Ryder P. I'm seeing a lot of people I've never seen here before, but I appreciate you guys for being here. I don't see the regulars. What's going on? Regulars I don't see in the chat. Something's weird, man. But I tell you what, man, let's just jump right on into the food stuff, man. I guess we do that first. Get it going for a minute. Hold on for a second. Let me make sure I got it. Got what I need. Oh, here we go. Get us to the side. Take off.
All right, what are we looking at? Country fried steak. And spoiler alert, it's not steak. But all right, ingredients: flour.
Wait a minute. How come it ain't?
Well, it is, but it's different. Hold on.
Still steak.
Well, it's hold on. Where are we at? Flour, cornstarch, salt and pepper, eggs, hot sauce, milk, butter, peanut oil, and cube steak. So it is steak because it is cube steak, but it's fried, so it's more like, it looks like a fried chicken breast. So it is steak, but it doesn't look like steak. That's what I meant to say. It looks like chicken, but it's steak. Yeah, there we go. Phrasing. Words. But yeah, it's you pound out and flatten that cube steak, and then you season it and baste it in the dry and the wet, that kind of thing, just like you would fried chicken. And then you fry it in the peanut oil like you would fried chicken. And then when it comes out, you put on the gravy, which is a huge accoutrement to it. It's not like a condiment gravy. I think the gravy is a part of the dish. It's not chicken fried steak if you ain't got the gravy, to go over the steak and the potatoes and your veggies or whatever you're having.
Some pepper gravy for sure. Pepper white gravy, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
that's why the milk is there.
Yeah. So it's a what do you call that? Comfort food dish. It can be made a little bit healthier, by a few substitutions here and there if you don't like the flour, or want to cut back on the flour or the peanut oil, or if you have a lactose intolerance with the milk, you can sub that stuff out. But you can make this dish at home relatively easy, minimal well, not minimal effort, because there is some effort involved, but it's not difficult. It's very flavorful. This is something that is very, I would say, southern. United States. This is something that they just kind of do down there on the regular. So this is something that, yeah, it's delicious.
Well, let me give you let me give you a quick little story. I mean, last time I had it out, I'm in Atlanta, and a couple of people I knew invited me out to eat. And when you ain't paying, it's all good. You know what I mean? Somebody brought you to the table, so they suggested that I tried the country fried steak. I was just like, well, cool. I probably wouldn't have ordered that. It's not something I typically would go out and get because it's very, very it's a nice addition to your waistline. I would just say that. It's hearty. I'll
It's
just say
fried.
that. Yeah. But here's the thing, I do enjoy it. Now it's got to be cooked right. So I get the steak. It comes out. Man, this shit was so salty, Triple R. It was so salty. Like I got 2 bites of that thing, and it was huge, like the size of your plate, huge. They beat that thing to a pulp and spread it out pretty much all over your plate. Like you see some of your pork tenderloins around certain areas, big old. The steak was kind of like that, but a little bit smaller, but about damn near the size of your plate. And it was so salty. But the seasonings were outside of the salt, perfectly done. Just with somebody back there with a heavy ass hand with the salt shaker, just went crazy back there, and I couldn't eat it. Everybody was just looking at me like, "Dude, when you ain't gonna eat that?" I'm like, "Dog, I can't eat it." I bet you if I looked in the mirror right now, my eyes would be red. That's how strong it was. But anyway, that was a bad experience going out to get it. Since then I've made this 2 or 3 times at the house. So let me go through the procedure right quick. So the people that want to replay this to do this at home yourselves, you know exactly how to go about it. First thing you gotta do is get that steak and get your a cleaver, and you gotta beat that thing down. Not unless if you get the cube steak, it's already pretty much done for you. All I gotta do is season it and do your thing with it. But if you go get a cheap piece of steak and you want to make that cheap piece of steak, worth your time, you're gonna have to beat it down quite a bit. It's gonna take you a little bit of time to get that thing thinned out so that you can turn it into a tenderized steak. You take it from there, you season it, put all your seasonings on that thing. On the side of that, what you do is you put your egg wash together. You crack an egg or 2, put a little hot sauce in it, and all the seasonings that you were going to put on that steak in the first place, all of it goes into that egg wash. You take that steak, seasoned steak, put it in that seasoned egg wash, take that, and you put it in seasoned flour. For a real quick little turn, just turn it around real quick, put it back in that egg wash, and you do it all over again. So you double coat that thing. You make sure you use peanut oil because that's just the best oil to use when it comes to these kinds of dishes. You put that in some hot oil, really hot oil, like scary if you flick some water in there, kind of hot. And you let that thing cook. I'd say somewhere around 7-8 minutes on each side. If you want to give it one more go around on each side, another 3 or 4 minutes on each side. In total, you should probably be done with that thing in like 20 minutes, maybe less. About 20 minutes is all it'll take you to finish this entire thing. And what you do is you put that to the side, take a bunch of that oil out, keep this steak in the oven and keep it warm. Take some of that oil out, but leave a little bit in the bottom of that pan. So you got a bunch of crunchies going on in there. You got oil, and you put some of your flour mixture in there, and you just put it together, and you get it nice and pasty. And that's when you put your milk in there. Put a little bit of milk in there, and you start bringing it together. You still got your high heat going on, so it's gonna start thickening up a little bit. So it'll tell you when and how much you need to put milk in there. Put some more milk in there. And then you get it to the consistency you want. And then that's when you start using your seasonings all over again. Put all your seasonings in there. Give it a taste. And if it's not to your liking, you add or whatever, man. But that's pretty much how you make the white gravy. You might want to throw some butter in there. Butter makes everything taste a little bit better while you're bringing it all together. But yeah, that's how you make chicken fried steak. It's not hard at all. If you're just not lazy and not willing, if you're not willing to go through steps, don't try this because it does take a few.
Yeah.
What's up, Paul?
Yeah, I say it's not difficult, but it's not, wham bam, let's eat now. Thank you, ma'am. But now one of the things that Nomad was mentioning is all of the different steps you're adding the seasoning. And if you're adding salt to all of those steps, guess what? It's going to be salty as fuck. So, salt is something that you leave out and let the end user add salt at the table if necessary. Because with the other seasonings, you really don't miss the salt, but salt is very overpowering if you have it in the wash, in the dry flour mixture, if you have it in the seasoning on the meat, if you have it on all those levels, it's going to turn out way too salty. So you don't want to have your food like like hospital food, very bland, or nursing home food, very bland. But you do want to keep the seasonings to a low because salt is also a trigger for some health issues with some people.
So you can substitute salt with I use a lot of accent around here. Very low sodium content in accent. So accent gets used around here. I'll give you a quick little cheat, little hack. Go to Amazon and look for Louisiana seasoning packets. Go and find some Louisiana seasoning packets. What those Louisiana seasoning packets are is everything and a bag of chips within it. So it's not heavy on the salt. So that's one thing you can be sure of. I got several in there right now. I don't use them very often, but when I feel lazy and don't feel like going through, grabbing all these seasonings out of there, I will use it. But that's one of the things that will help you. These days in 2026, people have these out there on the market for you to buy. Use some of these products. Louisiana seasoning. They got several brands out there, but that's the one I would suggest to you. Get the Louisiana seasoning and do everything I just told you. That's gonna to Tripp's point about how much salt intake you want to be careful about that. It's got I would just say a minimal salt content to the seasoning mix. So like for me, I have to add salt to it because it doesn't have enough in it. But just something to think about. You can cheat code this if you want to, man. So Amazon's got it all for you. Go get Louisiana seasoning. Any last thoughts on this?
No. What up, good stuff. This is something that you're not going to eat, weekly, but once a month, every now and then.
Once every 4 or 5 months. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest this on a regular basis, but this is definitely basic Southern food, man. People eat this kind of stuff on a regular, man, and it's very it'll strain your waistline a little bit, man. So if you're going to eat this, man, make sure you got some kind of workout plan. Make sure you're going to sweat a little bit and get this. This ain't good for you at all, but boy, is it tasty. Ready for the next thing?
Yep.
All right, this is for you Super Bowl people. This is for y'all this week. And I was hoping Kids was going to be here for this, but I guess he ain't. Because I don't know how they roll in Canada. This is a Super Bowl dip for you that's very famous around my community. Beef queso dip. Chips, take off if you want.
All right, let's see. You got the beef queso dip. Ingredients: milk, leche, queso cheese, rotel, onion, bell pepper, garlic, ground beef, and tortilla chips.
Well, I make this like I've got a serious issue going on in my household Trips with this because my girlfriend is she's a sucker for this. Like for about, let's just say, soon as it started getting cold, like the first month and a half, every weekend she wanted this. Every single weekend because we binge movies, we binge shows, we do a lot of, over here in this man cave, man, we do a lot of chilling back here, and she likes to have her snacks and all that stuff going on. This right here is a staple in my home. Now, let me go through this, man. This is as simple as it looks on the screen. You know, you got your milk, your queso cheese, your rotel, your onion, the bell pepper. The onion, bell pepper, and garlic is something I add to it. That's something I add to it. And I chop them up really, really thin and fine and give them a good saute before I put them in the mixture, because it just adds an extra layer of flavor that the rotel in the can already has, but this adds an extra little layer to it. You won't even know they're there. But man, the flavor that comes out in that, I like to use the white queso cheese right now. The white queso cheese, for a guy that's lactose intolerant, seems to do a little bit better. I don't have any issues when I eat some of this. But man, this is some good Super Bowl dip. If you ever want to spruce up your little Super Bowl party, man, do this shit at home, man. That ground beef, all you got to do is just brown it, drain the grease off, plop your cheese in there, and throw a little all your little peppers, onions, and all that in there. Start melting it down. Once it starts to melt down a little bit, that's when you open your rotel and you pour that in there. Let it all come together. Once it's all come together, everything comes to a simmer. You just take it off the heat, uncover it so it can kind of come together a little bit. And man, when you got you a dip, and my suggestion for tortillas for this dip, because it's pretty consistent, it's kind of dense, get some Tostitos scoops.
Yeah, this isn't one of those dips that you can use just those little thin ass chips for, because you need some substance, some body to scoop and hold the meat and the vegetables and all that.
Trips, I'm glad you said that, because that just led me into the next story. Trips, whenever my girlfriend wants it, she will go to the store and she will come back with this exact, all the ingredients you see here, but she will have 2 separate bags of chips for us. She will have my scoops and she will have her thin ass chips, knowing that they're gonna break in the shit. I don't understand her. Help me understand that.
Sometimes when you break it, or you get the thin bags of the thin chips, or you had the scoops, but they're the bottom of the bag, so they're all broken up. You go ahead and drop those into the dip and let them absorb, and then now the chips are just part of the dip. But now also, this is the beef queso dip. Now you can change it up by varying the cheese. Like, this is the queso cheese, so it's that kind of a spicy Mexican just inherently. But if you want to throw in some smoked Gouda, go and throw you in some smoked Gouda. You want to change that ground beef up and make it a little more authentic, and throw some chorizo in there. Throw some chorizo in there. But yeah, this is a very good dip, and I might make it this weekend for the game myself. Now that you bring it up,
hey, that can of rotel, I got a feeling that I had a feeling that in Canada, man, people don't probably even mess with something like this, man. But this is very popular around me. Like if I can pull a name out of a hat and just decide to go to any one of my people's house for the Super Bowl, and I guarantee you this is going to be there. That's how popular it is around me. Everybody makes this. This is the same stuff people will and that's just another little tip you can do with this. When you make this, you can package it, freeze it, put it away, and reheat it. Like, I know people that have little corner stores around here that will open up bags of Doritos and pour this on it and sell it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, walking tacos.
Yeah.
If you really want to get jiggy with it, go ahead and slice you up some mushrooms and throw them in there.
Now, see, you be doing too much, man. I'm just gonna tell you right now, you do too much. You trying to throw the whole goddamn refrigerator in. Nah, man, I'm putting
some black olives.
Don't be putting none of that shit in there.
You want to throw some black olives in there?
No, you don't need them. It's already enough. Trust me, when you taste the rotel, have you tasted rotel?
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not black olives or even green olives.
I'm going crazy putting diced up onion, bell pepper, and garlic in here. Now you talking about throwing mushrooms? Ain't nobody gonna eat that shit but you.
Shit,
Nobody.
mushrooms, black olives. So there's some maybe some little bits of the jalapenos.
Nah, it's already spicy enough.
No seeds, just the green. You know that.
I do know people that do serve jalapenos on the side at their get-togethers. They never put it in there. They never.
Yeah, you got to have the size. You know, have a little sour cream. You know, because the sour cream is not only tasty, but it helps cool down the peppers. So anytime you have any kind of a peppery thing, have a little sour cream. That's a natural coolant, if you will. And then you know, your accoutrements. You know, you get your different chips. Maybe you have a taco bar. And you know, you use some of this over some of those tortillas or quesadillas or what have you. But these dips are very functional. I mean, they're over what's the have it with beans and rice. You know, make that as a side dish. You know, and just go crazy with it. A few margaritas. You know, Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go.
And it's extremely inexpensive to create this. There's a Canuck. There he is, and you gonna bring your own self into here when you're ready. But we were talking about beef queso dip, and I'm just curious about this. Look at those ingredients on there, kids, and I want you to tell me: are you familiar with everything on here?
Never heard of Rotel.
I knew it. His life has to suck.
What am I missing out on?
It's like a can of diced tomatoes and stuff.
I knew it.
What other stuff? What are we talking about here?
Google, just look up Rotel. I mean, it's easier for you to see it, and you probably have something similar.
Even Trips, even if he sees it, he has no idea what he's missing because he's
like diced tomatoes, basically.
Stewed tomatoes, very seasoned.
You gotta have that.
We're talking about Super Bowl dip, beef queso dip.
I don't know if we have anything like this.
You do.
No diced tomatoes?
It's there somewhere. It's probably got a different brand name on it. I guarantee you got some seasoned stewed tomatoes in a can.
That just seems like such a basic item that's not even very ethnic.
Like we got stewed tomatoes.
No season.
I don't think it's seasoned though.
You can't find the word Rotel in your area,
in your local grocery mart. I think Rotel might also be the brand name.
It is definitely the brand, but
as opposed to the contents.
It's so good, kids. You got to try this, man. And it is about simple as simple can get. You can't even mess this up.
Like your local grocery store might have roasted diced tomatoes, or
yeah, we do. Like I'm saying, we got diced tomatoes. Usually, you'll get it. No, I'm kind of seeing it here now. I'm running a search. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this now.
You found it.
No, it's like it's not the same. You know what I mean? Because like from what you're showing me here,
I guess it has a little more of a.
Okay, it's got chilies in it, right? Like it's probably a bit more. It's probably a bit more Tex-Mex seasoned.
This has got that going on too. But what you see are the chili. I mean, are the tomatoes.
So we've got similar stuff. It's seasoned, but what you'd likely find in a Canadian grocery store would be like the Italian version of this, which is really just stewed tomatoes with like Italian.
What do you all have, like supermercados up there?
Yeah, it's a Mexican grocery store chain.
No, you kidding me?
You got some?
No.
Y'all ain't got Mexican grocery stores?
Oh, you'll find it. You will find a let me be real about this. You will find a Asian themed or Middle Eastern themed
Wait a minute.
like
Y'all
grocery store, but you won't find like a
Mexicano.
You won't find that here.
What?
I'm telling you, we too far north for all that Mexican stuff.
And they's a tropical people.
All that Latino stuff. It's just
what?
I'm being dead serious.
I have not been to one state in the union that didn't have Mexican grocery stores.
Because I knew Canada was big with the Asian market because of all the Shohei Ohtani talk back a few years ago.
Vancouver is huge. Like Vancouver is huge for that.
How many Mexicans do you know there?
I don't like. I know Mexicans, but like they're few and far between.
I'm
like we get. Let me like space it out for you. So we have a fair, we have a sizable Latino community, but it isn't necessarily quote unquote Mexicans.
Okay. Yeah.
We get a lot of Chileans, Venezuelans, you know what I mean? Like just general South Americans across the board or Central Americans, but not a lot of quote unquote.
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be Mexican people, but what you should do if I were you, reach out to anybody that's acquaintances with you that's Latino and tell them about this and tell them you're looking for a can of that. Something like that. And I guarantee you they'll be, oh, yeah. Just go over here and buy that. Just because it's Rotel here doesn't mean, you'll be able to find this. I guarantee if there's a Latino community anywhere near you, this is readily available to you, brother. Trust me. It's just, it might have a different brand name to it, but they'll know where to point you.
Okay, so they've got a couple. There's a few.
Let's see. Rotel is a brand of canned diced tomatoes and green chilies.
Yep, you can taste it. That's where the spice comes from, Trey.
Mm-hmm.
The green chilies, and it's not even close to overwhelming spice, but you definitely know it's there. But it's not gonna inhibit you from enjoying this. Like somebody that can't take too much spice, like myself, somebody that can't take too much cheese, you put them together, that could be a bomb in your stomach.
Ooh, that boom boom won't be happy. But now I got another question. If you don't have like supermercados like that, I suggested that if you wanted to make it more south of the border, substituting the ground beef for chorizo. Do y'all sell chorizo? Or can you buy chorizo up there?
Stop trying to alter the damn. Look, man, go get ground beef, man. Trips want to throw hot dogs and mushrooms and shit all in it, man. And nobody gonna eat it but him. Cut up hot dogs and shit.
Yeah.
No, man.
The more the merrier, it's a party.
Hey, dog, you make this for the fam. Whenever y'all just sitting around just bullshitting with each other, talking and catching up with each other. Oh, you watch a TV movie? Bust this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, bust this shit.
But just make sure you light some incense too.
That's a real warning.
About 4 hours afterwards.
Okay, so I found like the one, and I knew this spot existed. I'm on the other side of town, so I don't come across this place very, very frequently. I used to work right by it. But it didn't exist when I was working there. There's a really nice avocado in the east end of town. Haven't been there yet, but what I hear is they also have a restaurant on the side as well, and they have some bomb enchiladas out there. I haven't made my little trip out here. Next time I'm in the east side, I'll have to grab this and check these guys out. But I'm just going through their grocery store online right now. They've got they've got the tomatoes, but okay. So they got the stewed tomatoes, and they've got like stewed chilies, both seasoned separate.
What kinds of chili?
Green chilies?
Yeah, green chili.
You gotta have the green chili.
Okay.
So get both of them, combine them. I don't think you'll need the entire both cans. I think probably about half. Talking about your immediate family, pour out about half and half of each. Take the rest of that shit out of those cans, put them in a container, and put them up for the next time. But half and half of each with all these ingredients. I'm telling you, man, bust that shit, kids. They'll have you doing it every time they come back to the house.
Well, okay. All right. Like it's funny because like why I'm laughing really over here is because you know, so I put the wife on this mission some time ago to try and make some queso because I got into like just a little queso hankering. You know what I'm saying? Like I was
craving.
Can you get queso cheese?
Yeah, I can get queso cheese. I can get like they sell all kinds of cheese out here. I can get there's some real good Tex-Mex restaurants here that'll do it for you, like full on queso. There's one spot real close. They're all over town. What the hell's
for the record? Velveeta makes queso.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like I bet you that's like we got Velveeta here, so I bet you that's available.
Because it's either named queso or it also can be called spicy Mexican.
No, it's Velveeta queso.
It's probably queso. We have
Blanco queso, the white cheese.
So that's what this restaurant sells, and they make their own. Like, let me tell you on that.
That's I hate to even put it next to homemade queso in somebody's restaurant, man, because nobody does it like Latino people with the queso.
Well, this one is real good. Like their queso is worth the it's worth you going there and sitting down and eating. They also make fresh nacho chips, and their chips are stellar. But let me tell y'all, so I had a hankering, man, and I was like, damn, you know what? I'm just gonna roll up to this spot, grab myself some queso and a couple of bags of chips and go home and share that with the family, have a little snack and watch whatever the F we were watching. And I went there, grabbed it. It's the spot is called Lone Star Grill. That's what the spot is called.
Latino spot.
It's a Latino spot. It's like Tex-Mex, Texas themed. You know what I mean? So like that's really what they're selling out there. You catch a steak up in there too and all that, but that's really what they do. So I rolled up in there and I ordered this stuff and the girl comes back with my order. Big old bag, like real talk. I actually have. This is how, like, this was this weekend, so I actually have the bag here, like, strangely enough. So this is the small bag of chips. I bought the big one. All right, so this is what the small bag of chips looks like. Anyways,
I see.
That's
those are homemade chips, right?
So these are like fresh restaurant made tortilla chips.
Yeah.
Super good, like really, really, really good. And I got one small bag and two big bags. And the girl came back and she's okay, so 3 bags of chips and a big thing of queso. And I don't like clearly the queso's done, but the queso was about like this big. It's like a good amount of queso. And she came back and she was like, yeah, that's $80. And I was like, holy shit. Are you sure?
That's wild.
$80.
I was like, are you sure, girl? Like,
I bet you a lot of people are coming back and forth. They're asking for it, and they jack that shit up.
You mean pesos?
Brother, like what's funny is like if you actually, and I was like, damn, man, I should have just went in the restaurant. Because like if you go in the restaurant and you sit down to have a meal and you order a meal, they bring you the chips for free. The chips are free as all fuck. You get the queso, you buy a little bit of queso dip, it costs you $4 or $5, whatever it is. But here I am trying to be a good guy and buy some stuff for the family. And she came back. I was like, I didn't even buy a steak or a hamburger or nothing. This is $80,
man. Because tortilla ain't nothing but some flour and fry that shit.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Trip, you know I know this is how I know he
Corn.
ain't lying. I was in Stockbridge, no, I was somewhere in Atlanta, the Atlanta area, probably Alpharetta. I think it was Alpharetta. I go up to Alpharetta with my supervisor who was with me. He kept telling me about this place. I'm just like, God damn, man, you know where I come from, right? You know, like Latinos are all over the place. He's like, dog, you got to try this restaurant. So we get there. I'm like, fuck, let's go, man. Fuck it. I'm tired of him talking to me. So we go right off the beaten path. We are on the clock. We go right to this restaurant. And I order the chicken enchiladas. So I know they're gonna be good because I can just tell when I walk up to a Latino restaurant, how good it can be. So we get in there, I order, and of course they come out there like if you've been to a good, real Latino restaurant, your little side is gonna be that queso dip and some homemade chips, like kids is talking about. The homemade chips and the queso was so good. I went through 2 bowls of it. 2 bowls of it. Before my enchiladas came out, I could not eat the enchiladas. And my supervisor was sitting there laughing at me. He says, I told you. I told you. That's how good that shit can be. So I definitely I understand what you're talking about in a deep way, kids. Trust me.
It's the same thing. Like if you go up in Lone Star, and like I say, there's Lone Star is a local Tex-Mex thing, but they've got 4 or 5 restaurants in this area and have now branched out to other parts of the country. So shout out to Lone Star. Really good food, man. Good food. It's my wife's favorite restaurant. It's not my favorite restaurant because like if I'm gonna go spend money, I'm like basically I'm either trying to get some chicken wings or I'm trying to get like a steak. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm getting at the restaurant, bar none. Might get a hamburger, but in today's world, a hamburger is basically $20 Canadian, just about wherever you go. So I'm like, if I'm gonna go out and eat some, I'm gonna get a steak. And the steak there's pretty pricey, so not really my favorite spot. But just like you're saying, if I go and I sit down, I'm gonna pound back mad chips and queso, and I might not even get through my meal at all. Like you nailed it, bro. I might not. But when she came with that $80 price tag for takeout chips and dip, I was like, this is wild, y'all. Like if I could have got just
my girlfriend will pay $80 for homemade guacamole dip.
I bet she will.
And I have to wrestle her ass to the ground so she don't do it.
Well, that's the way that they serve it is it's you can get your queso, you get a salsa, and you can get guacamole. So this time we did salsa and queso and the 3 bags of chips, and I was mortified, and it was crazy because I'm in there and this bill comes at me and I bump into my son's old basketball coach, and coincidentally he was also my high school geography teacher like years before, so we got a good rapport. He's a Vikings fan, and we used to mess with each other. Me and this teacher, he taught me in his first year of teaching, so way back when. So we bump into each other, we're just chopping it up. Oh, and he also works with my sister, who's also a teacher, so a really close relationship. And we're just shooting the shit, and this girl comes back with this $80 bill, and I'm asking, and he's behind me laughing, bro. Like, he's like, you didn't expect that, did you? I was like, $80 for chips and dip, brother. I could have went to the grocery store and got this $12, like maximum $12. I'd be back home, but the quality difference is stark. Like, it's a very different.
You taste the restaurant difference.
Oh man, like these chips are well salted, light, crispy. Like the chips are top notch, and the queso you can't beat either, man. Like I don't
$80 shit.
Yeah, man.
Let me tell you something. Some things are worth your money.
I don't know if that was really, I don't know, but it was good. It's good. It's good.
I've eaten places that I respect the prices on the menu. That is rich. That is extremely rich. No question about that. But when you see something that's hiked up in price like that, and it's ridiculous, like that there's a large demand for people who have had that, and they know what they're doing.
But it's irritating though, Nomad kids, because put it like this. I'll just use Harold's Chicken for example. I mean, it doesn't have to be Harold's, but was a local spot that all the locals knew about. But then the critics and the reviews and the foodies found out about it.
Exactly.
Blogged about it. Wrote articles about it and such. And now people not from the neighborhood go to the restaurant. So now the restaurant knows that they're popular. Then they're marking up the prices. And so the locals who are used to paying, let's say, $5, now go in and they're like, oh yeah, the same shit you used to give for $5, yeah, that's $15 now. And it's like, yo, and it's like, yeah, we're popular.
To that point, Trips, I'm going to help you out.
So true.
That's when at a time in my life you can get a 4 to 6 piece wing at Harold's for like $6-7.99.
Man,
just like that, and you out the door. A wing dinner. I'm talking about a wing dinner with fries, everything go with it.
Coleslaw, bread.
You out the door. Now it's what Trips has got to say. But that's because there's more of a demand for it, because guess what? That's what the company wants. That's what the company needs. They need to make bigger and better sales. So I'm proud of the Harold's franchise and all these other places that are able to raise the prices on it, but that don't mean we finna go in there and pay for it.
Well, it's less to do with them and more to do with just general economy has you're so bang on. What you get for $15 back in the day, Trip, you just can't get for $15 today. Like you can't. It doesn't matter what it is. You can't do it. So it's more of an economic thing, and it's really tight and unfortunate for these restaurant owners, because they are forced to roll with the punches and just increase. Like this, I was just saying a minute ago, like a burger costs $20. You just get a whole combo for like $7.99. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy. And once I stopped, like, I haven't eaten at McDonald's in God knows how long. Like a regular standard fast food, I virtually refuse to do it. My last trip to the McDonald's to get like a quarter pounder combo, it was like, I spent like $17. It was kind of expensive, Canadian, quote unquote. And I was like, well, like that's like $2 different from like a much higher end burger. Like, you know what I mean? Like I can get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I doing here? I can go to a full on, and this is what I do most of the time now. I'll either go to a full on restaurant and get my burger. There's a spot out here. It's just a little they call them gastropubs. I'll just put that term out there for the world. If you bump into a gastropub, go eat up in there. It's gonna look like a hole in the wall. It's likely more bar than anything else. But what a gastropub is like, basically the meals there, the food there is super high-end ingredients. So the burger I get at this one gastropub is second to none in the city. I don't care. Like it is so good. Melt in your mouth good hamburger. But at the same time, like I'll go to Five Guys and I'll spend the extra $1 or $2. Like that's as close to like a regular chain as I'll go to for a burger, but it's still a higher end burger than I'm going to get at the McDonald's for almost the same price.
I get it. But here's the thing: as we talk about market and what the market dictates, people can put on their menu and the price range they can put on their menu. Just know there's competition out there at all times. Like, here's one I'll give you, and this is just since Trips and I were just talking about chicken wings and chicken wing dinners and shit, telling you who's whooping the shit out of the competition right now, and they're popping up all over the place. Is you won't always see the name Church's in your location. You might see Texas Chicken, but the same company, damn company. They're figuring out like, hey, everybody else is trying to hack people's, cranium off for a meal, and they're meeting the market and giving a counter to it. Everything that kids was just saying, Trish was just saying about how expensive everything is to go outside of your home and get something to eat. And it's just like, whoa, I ain't got no business having to pay this much for this amount of food. You know what I mean? So there's always competition out there. And so if you like this is the wing capital of the world. The United States people love wings, man. So if you like chicken wings, I'm telling you, if you want to counter to all that, Church's is making a much improved brand of chicken right now. I'm just telling you right now.
Right now. Oh, real quick before we get off of this subject, beef queso dip. One of the seasonings should be cumin. CUMIN.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, stop trying to change my recipe up. That's yours.
No, that's just one of the seasonings that you put in the meat.
No. That's the seasoning you put in your shit. Don't do that on this one.
You don't
put that's authentic flavor.
Cumin, like I can dig it. I got cumin upstairs. Cumin is like the missing link between chili and curry. It's like
stop agreeing with him, because after the cumin is going to be a pack of sardines and shit. So stop.
You know what? I ain't gonna argue with that. So I'll let that one ride. Oh snap! That's crazy, man. But no, I put the wife on this. Really, moral of the whole story, man. I put the wife on queso duty, man. She was like, I'm gonna wake up on Sunday for football. I'll make you some queso dip. So she got it all ready. Like, I didn't really believe she was gonna do it, but on Saturday she went out, got all the fixings, all the stuff. You know what I mean? That she looked up a recipe and fired away. And love you, baby. But if she was on this, if she's listening, she knows full well she fucked up that queso dip, bro. Like it's
not that hard.
Queso dip up, man.
It's literally browning the meat and melting cheese.
I don't know what she did.
Does the fire too hot?
That's what I think. I think it was the fire was too hot, because
this is the most foolproof recipe.
Yeah, got to keep a low flame.
The wife destroyed, like, Mexicans everywhere would be disappointed.
I mean, it's literally just put it in there and let it melt.
Latinos worldwide would be shaking their head, man. I came upstairs. I was like, it smells good. I'm ready for some dip. And I went in the kitchen. I looked in this pot, and the whole thing had curdled over, bro. And I was like, what have you done? What did you do?
He's just inattentive. That's what it sounds like.
Oh man,
you gotta stir it often.
I think she had it in a crock pot, and I think that's what it is. She put it on.
Probably had it on high.
Put it on high.
Yeah, before we get out of here, I wanna make sure that you get a chance to get a quick take on this, because it happened right before you got in here.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on this dish?
The chicken fried steak.
I've had this country fried steak, chicken's fried steak. I'm like, I had it in the US though. It's the only place I've actually had. They sell it here. I've never had it here. I'm not a big fan. I'll be straight. It was tasty though. It was tasty. I'm like, don't mess with my steak. You know what I mean? Like that's just me. I don't need all that. Give me some salt, pepper, and the steak.
I'm kind of with you to you talking about, like, you're like a steak traditionalist.
I'm a steak purist. As it's funny. Even my daughter was saying the other day, she was ordering pho, and she's like, I don't want rare steak with my pho. I want well done steak. And I was like, well done steak? What's wrong with you? My daughter's 25. I was like, wait a minute. You're 20. You're 25. You ever go to the store? Like, you ever go to a restaurant and order a steak on your own volition? And she was like, no, never. I was like, you see, you're at that point in life where you still think steak sucks because somebody else was buying you, aka me, somebody else was buying you shitty cuts because, like, you're a kid. You know what I mean? You don't know about a steak yet. You haven't had like a good ribeye, you know? And she was like, no, I've never had like my own cut of steak at the restaurant. I was like, yeah, because like, I want a well done steak. What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell are you doing?
Well, don't like. Okay, I got to tell you this real quick before we get out of this. I have my little brother. He's not necessarily my little brother technically, but he is my little brother. It's my cousin. He is a carnivore. When I say carnivore, I'm talking about, when I say medium rare, I'm talking about literally you throw that thing on there for like 2 or 3 minutes on one side, 2 or 3 minutes.
Flip it good and give it back to me.
I'm not bullshitting, man. The entire inside of that steak is just blood. And he's trying to teach his kids that like this is how you're supposed to eat a steak, because he saw the shit on TV. That's the only reason he's doing it like that. And I told him, I was like, dog, stop having these kids eat this. One of these days, your ass gonna get Ebola.
It worms.
Fucking around. You know what I'm saying? You just might as well just. When I was cooking his steak, I was like, he ready to get it off. I'm like, the motherfucker's still moving. What are you doing? So I get the whole traditional, this is the way steak is supposed to be made. I'm medium well. I don't want any red in mine. None whatsoever. I need that thing cooked. I don't need it well done, but I will eat a well done steak. I want it medium well, so it's not just like burnt up. You know what I'm saying? I just want mine still has the heft to it. You know what I mean? Still juicy, and that's what a medium well steak will give you.
I can't go any. It's so funny, man, because grilling up, I used to grill it medium well. Like that's basically what I was trying to go for. And I went to a high-end steak restaurant with some dudes from work, man, and the homie ordered it medium rare. And my boy sent back his steak 3 times. And I never seen anybody do this before. And like he was like, yo, can you come here? And the server came over and yes, sir. Yeah. Look at this. This ain't a medium rare steak. You need to take this back and get me another steak. And like I'm telling you, 3 times they finally came back and gave him the right steak. And my boy was he was mad, bro. He was like, I'm eating 20 minutes to a half hour after everybody else is eating. Y'all got to stick around and watch me eat my food. You're finished your food. He was losing it. And I was like, for real, over a medium rare steak? He's like, I am not about to sit here and eat no leathery ass steak at the restaurant. And like he went in, this man, Farouk. Big ups to Farouk.
I'm mad at him. You want what you want, you paying or whoever's paying. I want medium rare. That is done to what is that? 150 degrees, 155, whatever the temperature is. That's what I wanted at. Not 160, not 165, because now that's a different texture to the meat. That's a different flavoring. That's a different experience.
It is, man. Right down to like when you slice it. And this is what he was saying to me. Like he went one slice into the meat and went, no. and shook his head. I was like, how you know? You ain't even looked at the steak yet or tasted the steak. Like, what's the problem? He's like, no, man. I'm like, I got to fight with this steak to cut this steak. No, man. No, it should be like butter. And I'm like, damn, bro, like I'm eating this leathery ass steak over here. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it should be pointed out now. Now, when I got through giving you the story about how my cousin or my little brother eats his steak, just understand this. Most of us in my family, we go and get our steaks cut. We go and get them cut to the thickness that we want.
Like right to the butcher.
Yeah, we get them cut the way we want them. Every now and again, one of the homies off the block might went and robbed Walmart and came through with like 6 or 7 goddamn on ribeyes, and you gonna buy them how you get them. He went in there and took the chance and came out. He's like, dog, I got these ribeyes out here. Yeah, I'm gonna take them off your hand. Give them a little something. But the thing is, know the story I just told. That's a thick ass steak I just told you. He put on there for like 2 minutes on one side, 2 minutes on the other side. Yeah, literally just nothing but blood oozing out of the thing.
There, I like a thick steak, like a 2-incher or more, a very hot flame so that there's char on the outside, but still a beautiful medium rare on the inside. Nice pink, maybe a little blood, not totally running clear or anything, but it definitely have that char on the outside. So you got that well done all the way till not well done, as the eating experience.
Yeah, that's me with the grill. I'm gonna turn that thing right up to 600-700 if I can, and let it get there. Once it gets there, I'm throwing my steak on, and like I time my steak, man. I time it at like 3 minutes 30 seconds.
Flip.
3 minutes 30 seconds. We out. We're eating. Like that's. I literally stopwatch that shit.
Walmart steaks. Some of the Walmart steaks are nice, Crimson.
Crimson, you would actually be surprised.
Yeah,
you ain't getting. You're not really getting your choice of cut, but ribeyes. I don't care where you are. Walmart. I don't care where it is. If there's ribeyes on sale, man, you get yourself a damn ribeye, man.
But also, if you have cheap steak, country fried steak, or some places they call it chicken fried steak, will make a good meat for that because you're pounding it out so much to spread it out and tenderizing it. Yeah. That makes that cheaper piece of meat more delicable. Delicable. That's not a word, but you know what I mean.
Yes. So this, like, it's okay. Country fried steak, chicken fried steak, it's all right. Like I had it. If I'm man, I think it was Golden Corral.
Yeah, that's a place.
Okay, I think that's where I had it the first time. It was okay, but I didn't have it with breakfast like Crimson is sort of suggesting here. I could dig it alongside some eggs and some corned beef hash or something like that. That would probably actually go over real well. But I just had it on the side with some other stuff, and it was good. It was tasty, but if I'm trying to steak up, you know what it is.
Hey, Crimson, trust me. If you in the hood, you come from a neighborhood like mine. Trust me, you ain't worried about somebody giving you some bullshit, because you know what's gonna happen if they give you some bullshit. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour after that, they know you're gonna be on that ass. So they know they're not gonna give you no bullshit. So that's just the way hood politics work. Don't worry about that.
Only the good stuff falls off of trucks.
Yeah. Somebody gonna be on your ass. You give them some bullshit real quick, bro.
Yeah.
But I had to get y'all sake on that. But last thing I would say,
travels fast, bro.
Kids, and you just sparked this thought in me because you being that steak traditionalist, which I am too. I probably wouldn't go and buy chicken fried steak or country fried steak in the restaurant. I wouldn't go out looking for that. So some stuff I just don't realize. I just don't understand why are you doing that? Like fried ribs and shit like that. Like, what are you doing that for? The ribs are already fat as shit to begin with. Now you just put them in a whole fried Oreos, fried Twinkies, and all of those shit. That's just ridiculous. People be frying too much shit. I just had to put that out.
I was with you for a minute, and then you went into other stuff, bro. You went too far, because that gets me to one of the craziest fried things of them all. I think we may have talked about this once before, and it's dope. Same restaurant though. Since I was bringing up Lone Star, they have a fried ice cream.
No. Number one, dog. Don't ever go back there.
my brother, I'm gonna tell you, legitimately, I'm not with no fried Oreos. You won't catch me doing it. When this came across my eye, I was like, wait, how you mean fried ice? What? How do you mean fried ice?
Doesn't it melt?
You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what's going through my head. This doesn't compute.
Put it in your mouth. See what happens.
Yo, man, holy, it's delicious, bro.
Man.
It's
some stuff, like I can imagine it's very, very tasty.
you would have to.
And there's real life, and I like being above ground. Kind of.
Well, you need to just go to a county fair a couple times, man.
If you like living, don't fucking go back there, man.
Just go to a county fair once or twice.
So let me like explain it to you how it comes out, because that's like these are the things I was worried about. But the way it presents more or less like almost like pie a la mode without the like apple pie. You know what I mean? Like the apple part. It's just a crust. So it's just ice cream with a crust, maybe a little bit of cinnamon on top, and you probably have like some caramel or chocolate sauce. And that's it. It was dope. It was so good.
Let me ask you a question. How many people you know around you that's missing fingers, toes, feet, legs, and shit that have diabetes? How many people?
I know plenty of people. You asked me a very interesting question. I know plenty of people with diabetes, so there's one.
I'm talking about like in those conditions.
I know one person who's missing a foot.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Just one.
That's the problem. You don't know.
Yes, she's definitely got issues now. So I know one person who's missing a foot. Outside of that, I don't know anybody who's missing any sort of limbs.
If you lived around me and seen some of the people, like I ain't gonna say here. I'm talking about down when I was living in the South. If you met the number of people that I met in those conditions, I guarantee you, somebody say sugar, your ass would be the first. You just see nothing but dust, asses, and elbows. You'd be running, because I seen that many people with bad diabetes and had to lose limbs and feet, toes, and all kinds of shit going on, man. Dog, them sweets is not for your ass.
So this one that we're talking, like, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, like what I'm talking about here with the fried ice cream is it's not like it's not
real decadent.
Yeah, it's not sweet. It's like it's vanilla ice cream. It's like I'm sure you eat vanilla ice cream like on a semi-regular basis.
I haven't eaten vanilla ice cream in probably 12 years.
Wow.
Damn.
For real?
Ice cream in about 12 years. 12, 13 years.
There's always room for ice cream.
What did Baskin Robbins do to you?
What part about lactose intolerant?
Oh,
sherbet.
Fair enough. Look, what's weird is have you slightly different topic. Have you sort of tested any dairy like that recently? Like I know you've been more or less keto, eating low sugar.
Like if my girlfriend like she came home with some what do you call those little drumstick looking things?
Mm-hmm.
Little
drumsticks,
crunch cone things.
Yeah.
Drumstick.
Yeah.
Okay. That like she came home on one of these. She's just like, you won't. If it's hot, I'll eat probably like the couple of bites off of that thing, and she'll eat the rest.
Okay. Like it's very strange for me. So I was like teenage years, and I'm gonna say probably starting at maybe 12 to 20 into my 20s, hell, into my 30s, very, very lactose intolerant, and had to attempt to manage this because again, like when you're young teenage kid, first of all, you likely don't know what the hell's going on, and that was my thing. I didn't know what was happening because I'm a Saturday morning cartoons and a bowl of cereal type kid. Back from school, I don't really want to cook food. I'm just gonna pour myself a bowl of cereal and some milk, and then cry about it later on. Like that's just how life was for the longest time. But once I removed sugar from my diet, like I'm back eating things that turn into sugar, but not a lot of sugar at all. But once I removed sugar from my diet, it turns out it was much more the sugar content that I had a problem with than the lactose.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's exactly it. But for me, it's double trouble for two different reasons.
Okay.
But the sugar content, I'm always monitoring what I'm looking at when it comes to that. The sugar content is gonna either I'm gonna mess with that or I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not natural to your diet. If you're gonna eat sugar, you need to eat real sugar, like sugar cane, like this all this
processed sugar,
processed sugar.
Yeah,
it's not good, man.
Yeah,
It's actually more of a silver bullet to any man of color or woman of color than you think.
Like I say, it was really bad for my system. And what has sort of transpired is, outside of just like straight up milk, I can't drink milk of any kind. I don't care how pasteurized or non-pasteurized it is. Can't drink milk. But cream, I can palate cream, no problem. I crush yogurt now more so than I ever have in my entire life. Couldn't do it during my teenage years, man, at all. Couldn't even look at yogurt. You know what I mean? Ice cream, very similar. I was on the outs with ice cream. I ain't messing with it. But like I say, once I'd sort of started to really minimize the things that turn into sugar, that your body turns into sugar and or fat, or actual sugar itself, I've been able to palate and process cheeses, virtually anything that is standard dairy that has lactose in it, with the specific exception of milk.
Let me give a public service announcement real quick, Kez and Trip. For anybody that likes what they see on the screen, I say anything in moderation, whatever it is, in moderation. You're gonna eat it, you're gonna drink it. Make sure that you have a proper exercise routine so that you sweat some of the toxins that come with some of the stuff that we talk about on these shows. Make sure you have a proper sweat routine to get some of this out of you. And so it doesn't do this stuff can do maximum damage to you, what you're seeing on the screen, and the sugary products we were just discussing a second ago. It can do real damage to you. Like, you don't even know what kind of damage it's doing to you until you know. And so that's just a public service announcement. Be careful what you eat, what you drink. Make sure you have a proper routine behind whatever you eat and drink, and everything will be copacetic. But we got to move on to the next thing, and that is some drinky drink, man.
Here we go.
We got to do that. And
what are we sipping on tonight?
This one, Triple R will be able to relate to very well. This is very common around our area. Mr. Johnny Walker.
Oh man, yeah,
Johnny Walker Red. You know, when you can't afford the black, the green, or the blue.
Yeah,
you
man.
know what I'm saying? You sip on a little red, have it there on the rocks in this picture. You have it straight, what have you. But a nice little sipping. What is that? Sipping Scotch whiskey.
Yeah, man. This is. It's like I'm not a person that's gonna go out in particular and go reach and say, hey, you know what? I want me a bottle of scotch, and I'm not like read in on a bunch of different scotches. I'm pretty sure it's 1,000 other scotches out there that I need to be aware of. But I'm telling you what's down there in my basement.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, this is good stuff though. Like, it's funny because I walked into the liquor store a couple months back, and they, sometimes they give you little samples, and the homie was standing there with a bottle of Johnny Walker Green Label, and like peppermint peach schnapps, 2 different bottles. And I'm walking past, I was like, oh damn. And I looked at the guy, I was like, so what do you think he's like, would you like a sample, sir? I was like, I absolutely damn well do. Like, what do you think I'm drinking here? And he stopped, he looked me dead in the face, grabbed that green bottle and poured it up, man. And I was like, you know what's cracking, brother. You know what's up. Hit that green, it was on sale, man. I was like, damn, this is a great way to enter the liquor store, because now you got my attention. You know what I'm saying? But shoot, there ain't nothing wrong with the red, man. Any of them 3, I co-sign on any of them 3. That's a good.
I think this is an old man drink.
I'm an old man now, so there's that.
Yeah, I really thought this was an old man drink because I saw some of the more, I guess you call them well-to-do old heads when I was a kid. I just noticed what people drank when I was little, wherever they were, whether they was on Skid Row or whether they was in somebody's house or having a barbecue. I always noticed what people drank. This is definitely something that I noticed, like retired men, black men that I know would drink. And I told you guys, I got like a 60-year-old bottle of that shit down there, uncracked, like 2 of them, uncracked, and they're expensive, man.
Yes, they are. They should be.
They're very expensive. This stuff is better than one would think. You know, I'm talking about somebody that knows how to sip and appreciate a fine whiskey or scotch or something like that, man. This is better stuff than I would have ever imagined as a kid, man. I'm just like, okay, now I see what them old men were thinking.
Yeah, it's very smooth. I mean, it's the black, the green, and the blue are smoother.
The black has
the red is
more
smooth.
bite, Trips. I don't know about you, but it has a little more bite to me.
Think so?
Yeah, to me.
I just took that as more of a maturity.
Man, you guys suck, man.
What?
Because now I kind of want to get me some green right now, man. I kind of want to get me a bottle of green.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, bro. It's real. It was that little shot I had was so good. I was like, man, like I'm just hitting. I just came in there to grab like a couple of beers. You know what I mean? I grabbed like a case of beer. Me and the homies were hanging out. I was like, damn, like, you know, not today. You know what I mean? And I enjoyed it, and I grabbed my beer, got the hell out of there.
Not today.
But you know, it's another day today, man. I think I deserve some green.
Yeah, you know, sip on some green and like Smitty Q saying, have mellow out with some nice cigar, nice blunt, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Beautiful sativa.
Yeah, man. Hey,
this Foster.
Don't say it. I know I got you, Foster.
Oh yeah.
What it ended up being for me, the first time I really had a good taste of it and learned when I matured a little bit, that's when I tasted it. And that was the best time to taste it. As you're starting to grow up a little bit and learning how to appreciate some things in life. This ended up being, it's almost like a marijuana buzz to me.
Well, this is when you learn how to sip.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Yeah, man. You put that on the rocks, so you have a nice couple of minutes. You know what I mean? You take your time with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you
how
how
nursing it is sipping.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you how it was introduced to me. My former superintendent for the district, I got to know a few of those guys. You know, I used to look up to them when I was a kid. You know, they regulated school for us. And as I got more mature, it's like, hey, man, it's time for you to come over here and, you know, come over to the house, man. I'm having some people over there, blah, 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 blah. So he's on the grill. It's all these people I grew up with teachers, principals, and all these people around. And I'm around all these adults that I used to look up to, and they looking at me like a peer, and I'm a peer, you know? And I'm like, so he starts pouring out Johnny Walker. And so this is pre-meal. You got the cigars going, you got, you know, other stuff going on around there as well. But man, this like a I never understood why people drink right before they ate. But I understood it after that.
They get nice.
I never understood that, but I noticed it, but I never understood it whatsoever. But I understood it 110% after that. Get you a nice little buzz going on, get you something to eat, you know, let that food digest for a minute and get you another buzz going on after that.
Right.
I'm gonna be right back. You guys keep going. Bear with me.
And then you get the urge to listen to some Dusties.
Oh yeah, it was nice, man. We had a good ass time over there listening to some Stevie, some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
You know what I mean? And the Nomad pushing up on some teacher that you remember from back in the day that was like, hey.
Right before my girlfriend came through. Shit. Right before my girlfriend came through. I see you, Slim Boogie. We about to get into that in just a few minutes. Don't go nowhere, Slimbo.
Big up Smitty Q. Smitty Q, real quick question.
And
you're out on the road.
I'm shouting out to FFG, but go ahead, Trip.
Oh yeah, I was just asking Smitty Q, really, but since he's on the road as a trucker, be safe out there. Do they still have Shoney's out there? Because I missed their breakfast bar. Kez brought up Golden Corral, and then Shoney's popped in my head, and then it's like I just been thinking about Shoney's. But go ahead. But yeah, sip on if you imbibe. You know, do it safely. Don't be out there messing around, drinking and driving. But get down to someplace safe. And Johnny Walker Red Label is a nice little, bottom shelf, economical sipping little whiskey that'll get you where you need to go.
All right, man. I know everybody y'all ready for the Bears content. We're gonna get right to that, but we got one more drinky drink to talk about first. And this is absolutely, let me tell y'all something. It might be another 1,000 or so cognacs out there, but this is by freaking far, my favorite cognac of them all. Give me a second to pull it up.
Oh.
My favorite cognac. This is the shit. Speak on it, Trips, if you want to.
Well, I know this is Remy Martin, but I had a experience with Crevassier, which is basically Remy Martin, and it was one of those where you're supposed to be sipping on this stuff, but I was taking it to the head like it was a 40. And let's just say that I'm not a fan of cognacs anymore. Anytime I see it, anytime I smell it, makes me just want to go puke.
Yeah, so we are aligned.
How long ago was it?
About 30 years.
Yeah,
you gotta re-up your resume now.
No, I'm good.
No, you ain't. You missing a lot of great cognacs right now.
My brother, we are in lockstep, sir. I can't do this. I cannot do this, and I'll never forget my first and last cognac experience. There's me and my homeboy were at this girl's house, man. And this girl invited us over, and we're chilling, we're rolling up, and she was like, "Oh, you guys want something to drink?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, you can get me a ginger ale." And she was like, "No, like I have a fully stocked bar." And I was like, "Oh snap!" You know what I mean? Like I didn't see that coming.
Turn up those party lights.
I was just like, "Okay, you bring me whatever you want to bring me." So she brought up a couple of bottles, some shot glasses and glasses, just like what you're seeing here. And I was like, "Oh snap! I've never hit the Crevassier. Let's do that." So we start drinking Crevassier, man. And let me tell you, I didn't really drink all that much because I was trying to hit on this girl. So I didn't really, you know what I mean? Like I didn't get drunk or nothing even remotely close to drunk. But the level of regurgitation, these are great words, that occurred after drinking this stuff for the next 48 hours, bro. I refuse. I will never, like I was throwing up stuff. Like there was absolutely nothing in my system and things were still coming out. They were saying, "What have you done to your body?" So after that, man, me and the Crevassier are cool. No, thank you. I hit up Henny Loke thinking maybe I can handle the Henny Loke. No, sir, couldn't handle the Henny Loke. And I've been offered Remy Martin many a time, but I can't do it. I like one smell of that, and it's like, no, your body knows.
Well,
you've done some.
I would just say, depending on who you are and what your life track has been, you might have had some adverse reactions to something you drank. Most people have something that they drank that is like, oh, never again. And if it's cognac, I understand. I'm just saying I've never had that reaction to it. This is probably your fruitiest of your cognacs, of your liquors or your whiskeys, that genre of liquor. You talking about whiskey, you talking about scotch, talking about cognac, all those things. This is the fruitiest tasting of them. Remy Martin is the smoothest I've ever put down my palate. It is easily the best cognac I've ever tasted. And I put Crevassier somewhere in the neighborhood, but I had a couple of nights with that, and that's just because I wasn't proactive with my body before I drank it. And hanging out with my brother who I told y'all stories about him. He can go and go and go and go. Rolling out with him, and I wasn't hydrated well, and I think that was the key to why I was going through what I went through with the Cavassier. But this stuff right here, this Remy is special. This VSOP is really, 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 really good, and you just have to sip. I guarantee you, if you like some of the stuff, like I don't know, I think Trips, you just said it. It smells so good, you probably kind of toss it back a little faster than you should.
Mm-hmm.
You don't.
Yeah, and it was because it's the levels of designation. It's the VS, the VSOP, and then like there's another one. But yeah, it smells like, I mean, I don't know. Jägermeister smells more like cough syrup, but cognac also smells kind of like cough syrup, but different.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a question, Trips. How do you, when you go and smell a liquor or alcohol, do you put your nose right in it or do you wave it?
You don't want snots in your liquor.
No, you gotta
wave it.
You get the air around it, so you get a nice bouquet.
Wave it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this. See, I can smell, the wood. I can smell the notes, the tones of what's in there. But it's just, cognacs is, It's just something I don't react well to. Maybe it's just automatically that flashback of, praying to the porcelain god, for so long, and promising that I'll never do that shit again, I swear. And I haven't.
Man, one of my little bros, man, the one he lost his mom. He lost his mom a few years back, and he was going through it. I like basically I had to get physical with him because he was that beside himself. And I won't go into too many details, but I had to put my hands on him. Like I didn't beat him up, but I had to snatch him up a little bit to get so that he can like feel me and get control. You know what I mean? And sometimes when people go through things, you just never know how they're going to react to a major event like that in their lives. And guess what happened after that? This came into play. This Remy came into play, and Lord, it smoothed everything out. It smoothed everything out. And because it's so smooth, like he basically he poured that whole thing pretty much, but it was over time. It was like over a couple, 3.5 hours, just on the rocks again, just sipping. And we're both, and I'm talking to him, trying to bring some trying to bring him back down to earth. You know what I mean? After all of that, it was important that I did that and helped him through that. But that Remy was there the whole time. That was our little side piece to do it. But I'm fond of it, not for only that reason, but just because of the taste. But
but let me ask you something though, Matt. You were sitting there with him and y'all was able to sip on this cognac. Yeah. But somebody, who is that? Slim Bo Boogie, saying shots of tequila. I think if you all were sitting there having that same conversation over shots of tequila, probably would have turned out different because of the nature of the alcohol.
What do you mean by different?
You go.
I think the tequila would have gotten him more amped up, more in his feelings, to whereas the cognac was more of a let him sit down, mellow out, and get in his thoughts and not have his thoughts get into him.
You know what, Trips? I think it is all about body chemistry. It's about body chemistry and how you react to certain things. Like knowing him like I know him, it would have been more like gin. Like if gin, like be honest with you, anything white liquor would have probably done that. What you talking about?
So he's referring, I think, more to the fact that tequila is actually an upper, whereas just about every other alcohol is a downer. That is just kind of how things work out. Tequila is something that I like. Man, I've had some crazy, like, I have some crazy tequila stories, but
Tequila put you on swole,
bruh. Yo, end of the day, as an adult, sipping on some tequila, it's a bit of a different experience. It is one of the better things to just cool out, sip on. You get a nice little buzz. You're good to go. You know, you're in it. You know, I have to throw it at some tequila, man. But I cannot co-sign on the I can't co-sign on this, man. I can't. It's unfortunate. I'm right there with Triple R on this one.
I'm just not. I'm not looking for a cosigner. I'm just explaining how good this is to people that appreciate cognacs. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gotta appreciate it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But
Can't do it.
You know what is that, Cohiba? You know, I'll puff on one of them with you.
Yeah, but I'm right there with you. I'll do the puff, but I'll probably be sipping on some Johnny Walker, man, or some, or some, you know, that's
or
just
like
me.
Dante, Mad Dog. Mad Dog's not really a sipper. Mad Dog is standing around the trash can that's on fire, singing neighborhood tunes, passing around in a brown paper bag. And I love her.
How y'all just got through describing what cognac and that does to you. That's the way I feel about brandy. I will never, unless somebody came up with a brandy. I'm never gonna say I will never do that again. But my plan is to never touch brandy again. But if somebody came with a really, really good brandy and convinced me, like, just try this, man, I'm not gonna be, just because of my adverse effects to an experience I had, just shut down.
See, I always thought, I never thought about brandy as an alcohol, as something to drink, even though it is. I've always had my impressions of brandy with the Saint Bernard with the barrel around his neck back in the day when he would go up in the mountains.
Is that what he got?
People, huh?
Is that what he's? Is that what's in the barrel?
Yeah, with the XXX on the side of it. It was. I always thought it was brandy because that warms your body when you're cold. So he's carrying that up there because it was liquor, and I know what the XXX meant. And that was way before porn. So you know, it was all about liquor.
Okay, I really hope the dog is not
right. So I always thought brandy is like, oh, that's
you got me thinking about one of them old ass cartoons I saw. I don't remember brandy, bro.
Well, but you remember the dog with the barrel around his neck, right?
All I remember was X's on that motherfucker.
Well, that's what I always thought was in it. It was some kind of alcohol.
You just made that shit up, basically. You know, the goddamn brandy in there.
No, it was no brandy because I asked I was always inquisitive, so I asked. I said, "Well,
we're sorry, Benjamin." Sorry,
right?
Benjamin.
You know, so always brandy is something that you chill with, you can sip on. I always thought brandy was that adult drink where you were very refined, very civilized, because you know you had to put it in a snifter. And that was the only thing that you drank out of that whole fucking glass was fucking brandy. And it's like it's got its own glass. Like, oh shit. And so I just never thought of it as something I could just sit back and enjoy, but it is. And I do.
Let me show you how America is. I'm gonna say a little tune. Watch how Trip follow this up. I really miss you, Brandy. Yeah.
Come on now. You gonna make me start messing up.
Yeah, man. Hey, Brandy usually is a fine ass female.
Brandy.
She's a good girl after all. That's what they're talking about.
She's a fine girl.
I have a close family member named Brandy. She has that pretty girl problem. For sure. But
that's a sad song though. It always makes me feel melancholy.
I think it's the notes in it. It's not a sad song.
No?
It's a love song.
Yeah, because she left.
All right. You right.
It was a song about he was longing for her because she was gone.
I really miss you.
Yeah, Brandy. Like, come back, baby, please. I'm sorry.
I'm so all alone.
You make me a better man. You make me want to be a better man, baby. I swear.
I want to come back home.
That she didn't mean nothing to me.
All right, man. We got to get out of this and get into some Bears conversation because it can't wait no longer, man. People are just like, hey, man, enough is enough, man. Let's get to the real shit. All right,
We got breaking news.
Do we really?
Sounds like I'm just trying to look for this so I can get it off the screen. I got so much shit in here.
Well, as they do that, remember wherever you are tuning in, whatever network, whether it be the Nomad Network, whether it be at Cats of Canuck or Sports Chicago Style, please make sure you are subscribed to all three.
All right.
Now, you want to put up a graphic or I can just read it?
If you want to read whatever you want to read, that's just read it.
All right. The Chicago Bears are hiring former Dolphins running back coach and associate head coach Eric Stutzville as their next running back coach. Eric worked with Devon A-Chain in Miami, with A-Chain improving every year under him. Exciting to see what he does in Chicago.
Any idea how long he was in Miami at that, like in that position? Was it only underneath Mike McDaniel, or was he there prior to Mike McDaniel?
I think he might have. I think he might have preceded Mike McDaniel.
I have a feeling he did because that means that he probably spent a little bit of time with Ben when Ben was over there. Right?
Let's see. Ben Johnson worked with him for 2 seasons in Miami.
Yeah, exactly.
So his most noteworthy thing, he won a Super Bowl, I think, with trying to remember. I think it was with it was a West Coast team. He won a Super Bowl.
San Francisco.
I think Denver. Denver.
Denver.
Yeah, I'm talking about back when Peyton Manning was playing.
Oh. Who was the running back them days now? You remember who the Denver running back was?
Vernon Davis? Terrell Davis?
Terrell Davis.
Oh, no, that's John Elway, bro.
That's before that.
When Peyton was there, I think it might have been one of the not Gore, but Portis, one of them.
Yeah, not Bobby Portis, but Clinton Portis.
Clinton Portis.
It might have been Clinton Portis or somebody like that, maybe somebody else. I just can't remember exactly who it was, but they had some. So basically, he taught to know who Stutzville is. He teaches a one cut, get up the field kind of concept that it took probably DeAndre Swift 2, 3, 4 games to really buy into that concept. This is a concept that's been around since you're talking about the Kubiaks. You're talking about this is an old concept that really still works right now. You stay on that running track. So basically, ain't no shucking and jiving, jitterbugging around. You make one cut and you cut up the field or you cut back, but you get moving north, south. That's what he teaches. And if you watch the running backs that he's coached throughout the years, that's what they do. They get up the field. Ain't no bullshitting around. You get your ass up the field. You get north-south. You get one cut and you trust those offensive linemen. You trust that running track and you stay on it. That's what the running back coaches have to do. And I think that's what Ben Johnson, through Eric Bieniemy, I think he was teaching that. Like, dog, we ain't got time to be messing around with you making pretty ass moves. Dog, you got to get up the field and go make it happen. That's what Eric Stutzville is going to bring to the table. One cut, get up the field. You need 3-4 yards. Get it.
Let's see. He was with the Bears in 1997 as
hold on, Trips. There it is. Crimson hitter. O'Shawn Moreno. That's why those backs don't really last long. Most of the backs that come out of those kinds of offenses, they don't last long. Like, we love Kyle Monunga, but trust me, he ain't gonna last very long. You got to keep drafting running backs.
Yeah. Let's see. In 97, he was with the Bears as an offensive quality control coach and offensive assistant, then wide receivers coach and assistant special teams coach in 1998. Interim head coach with the Broncos in 2010 and co-offensive coordinator and running backs coach in 2021 before getting the associate head coach title in 2022. Guys, excuse me, running backs that he's led to 1,000-yard seasons: Tiki Barber, Willis McGahee, Marshawn Lynch, Fred Jackson, Noshawn Marino, Raheem Mostert, and Devon Achane.
He's done good stuff with the backs that he's had thus far, so I'm confident in this move. To be honest with you, I think this will be a good move. I think just given the running backs that are there today, I think Eric Bieniemy's done his job. You know what I mean? I'm sure he gave a good earful to both of those running backs all season last season. I think they'll remember each and every word that was spoken or yelled or screamed. That being the case, we move on to next to new things, and I think this guy's done great things with Devon Achane out there in Miami. And I will double down on that with the Raheem Mostert case scenario. Raheem, he played his heart out in Miami when given the opportunity, and he's not quite the same elsewhere. So, I think this is a good selection.
Here's the thing. There's no room for wiggle when it comes to these kind of coaches and I know Ben Johnson is trying to do, because I knew that when he hired Eric Bieniemy, that he wanted a one-cut, get up the field kind of system. Like some coaches, they don't mind the freestyle kind of Barry Sanders kind of running back that, can run 30 yards left and right and then hit you for a 60-yarder north and south. You know what I mean? Some guys don't mind that because they're just more open guys that allows that running back to be himself. But in this system, that's going to be frowned upon. I'm just telling y'all right now, there's something to take note of as we move into the next part of this era of Ben Johnson. He wants a no-nonsense kind of offense that takes advantage of every inch that we can get. If you can get 3 to 4 yards each rep, you run the ball, that's what he wants. That's just moving the ball. I'm telling you right now, the jitterbug running backs, he better be willing to strap up and pound that ball, because that's what Ben Johnson wants, man. He wants physical, get downhill.
So considering what you're saying, I'll put some shit out there now. Do you think he goes out there and gets himself a physical back on the market? Because there's one in mind that it would be cool to see in Chicago.
You talking about ATN or Hall?
Neither.
I think it would be to their advantage to make sure they got a physical running back who can withstand that kind of pounding.
Oh,
that kind of physicality.
See, I don't think either one of the guys you just said are what he's saying. You know what I mean, Trip?
But Tyler Algiers,
that's closer to it, right? Like I would bring Tyler Algiers over if that's the case. But I think low wallet share money, familiarity with the system case scenario, there's a certain Mr. Montgomery that's out of contract.
Okay, settle down. I mean, because something that, remember, that Ben Johnson likes: speed. Something that Monty does not have. Speed.
That's fair.
Kyle Monangai plays that Monty role right now.
He does a pretty good job in it.
So we need to look at DeAndre Swift, as far as like going forward, does he have another level to increase his game to match more what Ben Johnson wants? And I think the answer is, Ben Johnson wants to find his new Gibbs to make his offense go.
I don't like that's clearly on the table. I'm just not so sure we get to, like, maybe in free agency we do, but I don't know if they make that move this season. I see that real R&B, that real running back maneuver happening in 2027. I think there might be just something a little bit more towards what he's saying, just that 1-2 yards, first like 4th and 1 situation back. That's why I think they add to this running back room this time around. The other two guys are awesome. They do more or less what you need to be done. The question mark left over is 4th and 1. What do you do? And I think we need a back that's just a bruiser who'll get you that single yard more times than not.
So, I again, I do think there's an argument to be had for a home run hitter. I think Swift's that. I think Swift's the home run hitter that we're looking for, and I think he embodies that just because of his skill set. I think I'm probably gonna lean more what Kez is talking about here, and making sure you get a thoroughbred running back that can really take a whooping.
Yeah, that's what I think.
What you need.
Well, that's kind of an Algiers kind of type thing.
Like Algiers is a good look. Trip.
I'm not calling for that guy, but that guy could be in the draft. Like the backup, one particular guy, there's a backup to number 24 in Notre Dame. He's just one guy. He's just one of those guys that the backup to what's his name?
Love.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love. That guy he's kind of that guy. He's kind of that kind of guy. Want to get down the field and put an ass whooping on.
We need a guy we need the guy that Roschon Johnson was supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? As a part of this running back room, like what Roschon Johnson was billed as. That's actually what we do need. He just unfortunately hasn't been able to fit that bill. But that's my 2 cents. Tyler Algier screams it though. He can do that for sure. I'm just leery of the potential price tag for Tyler Algier. Fresh into free agency now. That's all.
Well, that's the thing though, because we understand that the salary cap went up, so there's more money to spend. But if you look at the line and the pecking order of running backs, so to speak, Algiers is a little bit lower on that list than a few other guys that we mentioned. And only so many teams are looking for running backs.
Trips, you tight motherfucker. You tight ass, man. Quit pocket watching. It's about really, I got to go back to the tape on him. I remember watching him before he came out of BYU. I ain't really paid a whole lot of attention to him since he's been in NFL.
In the NFL? Oh.
Not a lot. I've seen him here and there, but not like I studied him when he came out.
Brother, he's real good, bro. Like I didn't watch him in college. You know what I mean? I didn't scout him, but in the NFL, he's real good. I was almost shocked that Atlanta went and got Bijan Robinson when he did, when they did, because of how well Algiers was playing. It kind of put him on the back burner, and that's where his stock is. Outside of them just sort of shelving him for Mr. Robinson, he is a high caliber running back. He could be a three down bell cow if you really wanted him to be that. But in this room, if you need him to be the bruiser, he can handle those responsibilities quite easily, to be frank with you. And it probably wouldn't cost very much.
You know what somebody in free agency would want to hear?
What?
You talking about, okay, I can go anywhere I want to. You got to think about it this way, kids. Now, in reference to what you're saying, think about it in this context. I can pretty much go anywhere I want to. This team is offering me this. This team is offering me that. They not that much difference in what they're offering me. So I have to make a sound choice about what's best for my future. You're trying to get somebody to come to Tripp's point, dog pay his ass, cheap ass money to be a third down, basically a third running back. So you got to talk somebody into playing the third role here. Understand what you mean when you say that. To me, that player, you can get a guy like that in free agency, which I think that's a hard sell. Somebody can somebody, you can get somebody to come in and be a backup and say you're going to share carries with the guy, and a third running back. That guy, you have to draft that guy, kids.
So basically, a third running back is Travis Homer.
You have to draft that guy.
No, he's like a fifth running back.
Well, but I mean, on this roster, he rarely got any carries in the offense, but he is a special teams guy. So if you're looking at just say a Swift, Manangai, and an Algiers, just say, you know, where's Algiers getting those reps? Is he taking it from Manangai? Is he taking it from Swift? Or is he strictly your third down guy and playing special teams?
Did what I just say to you? Did what I just say to you make sense? Like,
yes, it makes what you're saying makes sense. The thing is, that's unfortunately been his lot in life. You know what I mean? Over the course of the last 3 years. So year one,
he got a pretty thick running back trio.
I'm saying year one for Algiers, he was basically gangbusters all by himself, leading that running back room in Atlanta. Years 2 and 3, he's behind Bijan Robinson. So there's really nothing, you know. Unfortunately, he's doing backup duty. Being back in backup duty now is not a crazy call, especially given what backs are sort of going to be in front of him in free agency. Breece Hall.
Here's your help. Here's your help, kids. The only way you sell that to a Tyler Algier is knowing that DeAndre Swift is on the last year of his contract.
Okay.
So you got to sell him for 2 years, and you got to sell him saying, yeah, when we don't re-sign Swift, Mananga is going to evolve to the number one back, and you're going to be right behind him. So basically, you're going to sell him that pretty much we're going to pay you for a year this amount of money for nothing, but to play on the practice squad, get on special teams and shit like that. That's what
I would layer on one additional selling feature, and that is look how deep this team went into the playoffs this year. We are pushing for the chip. So if you want to come over here and be a part of a winning squad,
that man's coming off a rookie contract. He don't give no fuck about no Super Bowl. He's trying to get the most money he can get.
Well, I'd like to think he might want a Super Bowl because that would enhance his ability to get money.
As much as I love football, that's a stupid motherfucking way to think about it.
I don't know.
You're
a Super Bowl winning back. What if he scores 2-3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl just on 1 yard carries?
You live in a capitalistic society where most people end up getting well over their skis as far as their expenses and income is in contrast. Most people have more expenses than most of their income can handle. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, as much as you love a game, you can't be ham-headed and be like, okay, I'm just trying to get a Super Bowl because I want to win. Fuck that. You get all the money you can.
No, you free agents who have made their money, who've gotten their second contracts and are like on their third contract, then they can ring chase. You know, now he's in a position to where he's trying to get paid, you know, like Nashawn Wright. You know, he's in that position to maximize his earning potential right now because, you know, the future isn't guaranteed. And yeah, Super Bowl rings are nice, but it's the difference between generational money for your family or chasing a ring, which could lead to generational money, but not as guaranteed.
How much can I pawn this Super Bowl ring for if my bills get thick?
I think it was 70,000. That's the going rate.
OJ Simpson would know.
At the end of the day, is that Super Bowl ring gonna get you out your debt?
Versus, you know,
clearly not. I guess OJ. No, I guess not. Snap.
Do you go for the salesman of the year, kids, and go for the trophy, or do you go for the bonus of $10 million?
It's you got to think big. You got to think like a big boy when it comes to this.
Get your money, my boy.
I feel what you're saying. At the same time, I'm just not sure if he is. I don't know if he's in a position to command that type of respect, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Cass, before you finish that, let me tell you, I got a partner whose son is coming out of his first contract. He's in the Sussex, Virginia area. I'll just say that. Playing in the league right now, I ain't gonna say no names, but he's in a particular situation where he's coming out of that rookie contract and similar. Let's just say that. And I got the call from Daddy. Daddy was just like, hey, man, I was just like, dog, I just laid out everything I just told you. I was like, how much you going to get in the pawn for your goddamn Super Bowl ring? Versus the contract you're going to get for an entire year. You got an entire year, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever you sign for
money
salary. Then you're going to get at least 2 years guaranteed. You're going to get at least 2 years guaranteed. Get that goddamn money. Is
that Super Bowl ring guaranteed?
That's it. That's how you got to think, man. So Tyler Algier, I'd love that guy to come here, man. But that's a hard sell. This is the best thing I can tell you, kid.
I'm so like I fully respect what you're saying, and it's facts. I'm just gonna say, like he might be the 30th back out of 53.
So he ain't getting paid a lot.
That are available, right? That would be coming up in free agency. So, like, I just don't know if he specifically this time around in free agency is going to be able to command that kind of respect, man. And that's really why I think he would fit that role and that bill and that price tag. Like price tag for him, I'm on Spot Track. Here, let me just share with y'all.
Well, you don't have to, man. I think
it'll take.
Go ahead. Don't do it, kids. It's gonna slow us down.
Don't do it. Okay.
No, it's gonna slow us down, man. I know you like the guy, but we can get into. Matter of fact, we can round back around to. But let me check some boxes about some of the stuff that we need to talk about here. And what's on the thumbnail is this word, and I think it's qualified rumors that Dennis Allen is pounding the table for Trey Hendrickson. And rightfully so. I don't blame him for that. And I also heard as a counter to that, like someone asked somebody, whether it was a GM or basically Ryan Pohl's story. Okay, if you had a choice what to do between Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson, if it's a choice if Max Crosby became available, I think Ryan Post wants to go after Max Crosby. Well, I think there's a counter. I think what Dennis Allen is doing is trying to rein in Ryan Post because Max Crosby is so attractive that why give up them picks when you can get a really, really quality football player that can give you the same thing and you don't have to lose picks. And I understand that logic, and I'm more on that side with that particular player. But when it comes to Myles Garrett, he's like Jordan. Fuck that. Go for the fences. It's like Giannis being out there for the Bulls. Go for it.
I understand the concepts. Well, let me explain it. Hendrickson cost $31 million. No draft picks. So we clear out the money. You know, we give him a 1-year deal. Okay, fine. I'm not opposed to that. Whereas Max Crosby is now vocal about not being on the Raiders anymore. And I think I saw someplace Schefter or Florio. They all look alike to me. They all run together. But he mentioned that he wanted to play for Vrabel. Or Glacier said that if he does request a trade out, it's going to be at least 2 number 1 picks. And I'm not with that. I understand that he's a good player, but I would not want to give up picks and have to pay him, $25-30 million coming off of his, injury history that he has.
You resident pocket watchers.
Now, with all that said, I'm kind of irritated by the fact that whether it be the coaches, Al Harris looking at how he does DBs, but looking at Dennis Allen, he was there when Hendrickson was a rookie, I believe. So, he was there to develop him. But it's like, okay, coach, cool, you developed that guy, but Why can't we draft a rookie and you develop him that we can pay
It
on a
don't
rookie
work like that.
contract and not have to
It
give
don't
up
work like
assets
that.
for?
I've said that 1,000 times. It don't fucking work like that. It took Trey Hendrickson to get away from New Orleans, several years in New Orleans to get away from there before he can truly come about and mature. It don't work like that. You don't just draft guys and they just come in there just because they are talented in college. It don't fucking work like that. I keep trying to say that. I'm saying this. Instead of worrying about what the Bears give or don't give to get the player that they need to get, it's clear to me watching this season that one impact player on that side, on the other side of Montez Sweat, is enough to get us over the hump. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It would be nice if we can do it without having to give up capital. Great. But if you need to do that to get over the hump, you do what you got to do. I'm not here to watch your pockets. I'm here to see you win the championship.
That's always you though. So like I'm with you to a degree.
Well, what point is it for us to watch?
Let me
know what's prudent and what's not.
I'm going to explain the point. I'm going to explain the point, especially to you, because you know, you scout players and you have an interest in
I understand the financial side of it, kids.
I'm not even going, just give me a second. I'm not even really going financial. I'm going into just really a very specific area. And I think the most important thing to understand for everybody is, the guy who's not being talked about just, thus far is Myles Garrett. Did you bring up you brought up Myles Garrett?
I did.
So you did.
Yeah.
So if it's a Myles Garrett or a Max Crosby situation with them being in contract, we have to pony up two ones. First of all, from a one's perspective, we're at pick number 25. It might as well be, it's 7 picks from a second. That might be even further back next year if we improve. So I'm okay personally, from a pocket watching perspective, if we are willing to give up two ones. Like I'm actually okay with this. Back there was a time where I would have been like, what are you guys doing? You're crazy. But at this particular juncture, I didn't really see the Bears getting this deep into the playoffs. That being the case, okay, if folks want ones, I'm willing to give up these ones. Now, outside of that, you look at it with the other two guys being Trey Hendrickson, Khalil Mack as well, guys who don't require that draft capital. And if you're looking at either one and or potentially both of those guys, which would be crazy, you could still draft your defensive end of the future, have them mentor him. Like everybody's talking, like specifically Trey Hendrickson now, zeroing it. He's an older guy when compared to Max and Myles Garrett. You give him a 2-3 year contract at that number that he's looking for, and he comes in and more or less mentors your fresh new draft pick. He mentors Austin Booker as well. And now you have yourself a rotation that is wild and crazy. But that's the difference between ponying up picks. And I think that's really not the dollars and cents of it all. As far as the cap room is concerned, manipulate that as you will. Do what you have to do. They just added, 30 mil to the cap already, which will help the Bears do something like this. End of the day, to me, it's really just about the draft capital that it requires. Do you want to go ahead and pony up those 2 ones or not? Again, I'm with it, but
let me really pour gas on this fire, because really it's for not us sitting up here talking about what the Bears should do or shouldn't do. They're gonna do what the fuck they're gonna do. Let me tell you what's probably going on inside Hallis Hall. Every option on the table, every last one of those guys we're talking about, whether it's Trey Hendrickson, whether it's Max Crosby, whether it's even Myles Garrett. I'm gonna tell you why I think you swing entirely for the fences. In a GM's tenure, you might run into, and I'm gonna stray off the reservation for a second. Y'all just work with me. The Bulls are in a particular situation right now with that. I think, people seeing them swinging wild, it looks like a total breakdown. But what I think they're doing is accumulating capital to kind of pony up so that they can get the big dog. The big dog is Giannis whatever his last name is.
Antetokounmpo.
Getting
Say that
Giannis.
3 times fast.
I cannot.
Antetokounmpo.
And
Antetokounmpo.
that's the point. When you feel like, and put the Bulls to the side for a second, for a GM's tenure, trust me, what do you call him? AK in Chicago with the Bulls, he knows he's only going to see a Giannis probably once in his lifetime. Same thing could be said for Myles Garrett. In Ryan Poles' tenure, he's only going to see that guy once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime, when you just got this close to getting your ass to the Super Bowl and getting yourself a chance to get that ultimate trophy. What you do is you strain every resource you have. And whatever you got to do, if you can get him into Chicago, first thing you do is to get him in here. And he's going to want to come here because of a simple fact that he wants to, at this point, get a ring. He's already made a couple $100 million. So you can talk about that with a guy like that. He's already made $200-300 million. He's gonna want to get that trophy and get that legacy solidified. First thing you do if you get Myles Garrett in here is you get him to rework his contract so that it's a more team-friendly deal. You're still gonna pay, but you're gonna still pay it in sections so that it doesn't cost you so much here, doesn't cost you so much there. That's what a restructure is. So for a guy like that, I think the conversations inside House Hall are probably very much argumentative when it comes to Dennis Allen, when it comes to Ben Johnson, when it comes to Ryan Poles. Ryan Poles may really want to make that swing. Dennis Allen may really want to make that swing. But the default to all of it is you don't give up anything and you just go ahead and give Trey Hendrickson, basically you're buying him for a year and giving them an option for an extension behind it. That's pretty much the weak ass way to get out of this. But I think you should go after something that can put you over the top for sure. And that is Myles Garrett. You go for it. Go for it. You better pick up the fucking phone.
Well, you see the hesitation I have is like understandably injuries happen. It's a physical game. I get it. But you look at the situation of Packers when they went for it, and it was like, oh, Micah Parsons, 2 number ones. Go and take these damn number ones. We don't give a shit about these. Come on, Micah. And now Micah's out for the year, and they lost, and they're done. So, I mean, you're just putting a lot of eggs into that basket, hoping that they pay off this year. But if they don't, you're just screwing yourself for many years to come.
Triple R, they just eggs. All those draft picks y'all be fucking having wet dreams about ain't developed into shit. They just draft picks until they develop into something. You don't know what any of those players.
I don't know. That last draft was pretty damn good.
You don't know. You just don't know.
But this is
where could be a stinker.
This is where I'm in agreement with the free agency move. Like in this scenario, like mercenary money is good money this time around, and we can draft and miss. And this is the shit that nobody wants to talk about. You can draft, you can go down there and draft whoever it is, and maybe he doesn't turn out to be, maybe he busts out. And that's, in my opinion, a gigantic gamble. Like it's a huge gamble to put in front of this playoff caliber team, be in the middle of Caleb's non-big money time frame. I'm so with this mercenary move. I think it's what you do. I think you go and you get the devil who's going to do the shit you need. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to wreak havoc on defenses, period. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. There's not much you can do about that.
Knocking on wood. Don't
you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just.
Now, wasn't it this season that Darnell Wright and the combination of Darnell Wright and Canadian Eagle shut down Max Crosby, basically?
Yeah. Sorry, it wasn't Darnell Wright. It was Ozzie Trapillo.
Ozzie, my bad. Ozzie and Canadian Eagle shut down, Max. So it's like, yeah, Max is good. Well, is he $30 million and 2 number 1 picks good?
He is, and why I'm going to say that he is he would like so. If you remember that game, he started wreaking havoc early into the game, and eventually, sort of they sort of figured things out and made a couple of shifts, which was moving Theo to the left side and allowing Ozzy Trapillo to play on the right side. That's how that wound up working, which slowed down his ability to cause pressure. But what Max Crosby did after that was be completely and totally fucking disruptive, right behind the line on the other side. He was getting in passing lanes. He was dropping into coverage, which is like, it just goes to show the type of the caliber of player that you would be getting in this scenario. The kid, like, even if he ain't getting QB pressure, he's making his impression felt.
One of the things, and I'm just going to ask myself a question for y'all. If I was one of y'all, I'd say, no matter, based on the stuff that you've seen so far, do you see an edge rusher in the draft that is that kind of problem? And I would tell you, I'm going to answer my own question. I would tell you I've seen one that is that kind of problem. And the thing about that guy is, I'll tell you his name in just a second. I don't know that he necessarily fits. I know he can play here and be effective here, but if you're going to draft a guy as high as you're going to need to draft this particular player, then that guy needs to be a starter. And I don't know that he has the size and the weight to do it. And that would be Cassius Marsh from Texas A&M. This guy is going to be a problem. Like so far, I haven't seen them all, but from the bunch that I've seen, this guy, I can tell you right now, has certain kinds of traits to him that I know is going to be translatable right away to the next level. He is going to be a problem. It's about whether or not the Bears are in a situation where they can draft a guy that you can use specifically for pass rushing purposes. I don't think we're there yet. I told y'all this a week or so ago. I don't know if we're that rich yet. I don't think we can just draft a pass rusher only.
So what you're saying is potentially, like, first things first. I thought when you said Cassius Marsh, I thought you were talking about the homie who did the karate kick and bumped into the referee and cost us the game against Pittsburgh a couple years ago.
Different Marsh.
Different Cassius Marsh. Okay, fair enough. So what you're saying is, though, basically, if we were to that might cost us another first round pick to jump up there and get access to a Cassius Marsh. He may not be ready years 1 and maybe potentially 2. We got to build and develop him up. So there go 2 more years of Caleb Williams. We are now signing Caleb Williams.
My bad, kids. It's not Cassius. It's not Marsh. It's Cassius Oweh.
Okay. See?
My bad. I had to go back in the tank.
I got you. Okay. All right. Cool. So, like, what the? In any event, we would have to develop this player as really where you're going, and that's where things become challenging. We have 2 more years, and let's just be straight up on this. There's 2 more years on Caleb Williams, and they can extend it for a 5th year. All right, so potentially 3 years where the dollars and cents isn't crazy for Caleb at the quarterback position. You kind of have to spend that money on the edge rusher right effing now. Like, you need to do it now. Front load as much of it as you can so that these 2 things don't necessarily conflict when you have to pay Caleb. Draft picks be damned. So, like, I'm kind of right there with you. If it's Myles Garrett, yeah, he's definitely worth the 2 ones. If it's Max Crosby, I'd wheel and deal and try to get some cap relief. I'm not going to say who I would wheel and or deal because it doesn't matter. But definitely I would also try to get out of some level of that capital, that draft capital deal with the Raiders in this scenario. Like, imagine we gave these guys 2 first round picks a couple of years back and ain't nobody on that team anymore. That's crazy.
I'll say this too, man, and this is just in context of what we're talking about. I'm thinking while Kids is talking and while we're having this conversation about what to do at the edge spot, what to do in free agency with these edge rushers. watching the 1920 football draft, I'm taking notes of little things that I'm hearing, just any kind of little tell that I can get about where they want to go. And two things happen in that documentary, you want to call it. They want to continue to draft young. They want to continue to add young, get young players on the roster. And at the same time, they want to continue to bring in leaders. So that tells me that whatever they're doing, they want to keep young talent coming in here. So to the point of the edge rusher in the draft, now Trips, this could be very crucial to what they do. You have to believe in Austin Booker. You know what you got in Montez Sweat. You have to believe in Austin Booker and what he can bring to the table. And if you think he can be a starter at 250 pounds and keep you through the season, he's got to be that first and second down edge rusher that can hold down the run. And on third down, that's when you bring in a Cassius Howell. That is a problem. That if you think about it that way, there's room to get Cassius Howell. On the flip side of it, it's about whether or not you think this team is right there at the precipice of getting a Super Bowl championship. And if you feel like all we need is this edge rusher to put us over the top, then you go and get it. But inside Hallis Hall, guess what, fellas? It could be a completely different conversation. They might think they can get that guy from the inside. It might be a D tackle they may go spend a whole bunch of money on. You don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, as every one of us, all the Nomaniacs, everybody tuning in, Kids Canuck, everybody sports the Chicago style or Triple R SCS has our own ideas on how to improve the team, how to make it better, on what players should go or come. Pause. But looking at the needs, many are like, yeah, we need that edge guy to set us over the top. We can buy one of those on the market and draft a defensive tackle to get that inside pressure because our rookie or free agent safeties, or cornerbacks, whoever is healthy enough to play the position, will be helped by the defensive line rush. True. But then there's also that line of thought. It's like, hey, granted, we had an offense that was doing its thing. Ozzy's injury is quote unquote career threatening. Let's use that first round pick and get a left tackle and solidify the whole thing, and then go the rest of the defense with the draft. Do you go left tackle? Do you go edge? Do you go defensive tackle? Do you go safety? Do you go cornerback? We don't know, and we have our own thoughts. And I'm sure that even inside Hallis Hall, everybody has their own individual thoughts. And they're going to work it out as a team, without Ian Cunningham or those damn third-round picks. NFL, that's for you. But by the time draft day gets here, they will have a plan on positions, on players, on all the information. Because right now, all we know is this draft is good for safeties, I think good for cornerbacks, kind of suspect for edges, but better for defensive tackles, the numbers wise. But you can find talent, obviously, if you search. But we don't know what they're going to do. And so we got, 3 months to hash out all the options and alternatives and different sides. And so it's like, yeah, but it's not going to be easy.
I got good news, Trip. I got great news.
What that?
In that 1920 football drive, it turned out to be, remember we had all these conversations. This is when me and Kez was having back and forth about who we should blame for how bad the Bears are looking and, decision making and all this kind of stuff. And this is when I was trying to make the point of healthy relationships between coaches and the GM coaches are the top of the hierarchy when it comes to selecting players and getting talent into the building. You know why? Because they're the ones that have to coach them. And that's the healthiest relationship you can have in the NFL is that kind of hierarchy. And that came through clear as day on this 1920 football drive. You can hear Ryan Poles say it with his mouth. He's basically saying, yes, I'm the GM, but I am accumulating what Ben is telling me. I'm accumulating what Dennis Allen is telling me. And I'm sending my guys out there to accumulate these people. That is the most rewarding thing that I heard outside of the Packers getting their ass kicked like we got them. That was the most rewarding thing that I can get from that little quick video. It was the fact that this is how every team in the NFL, healthy team, should be run, where you're going to hire a coach to bring in a system. You're going to hire two of them to bring in certain systems, and they have to run them and run them well, or they won't have jobs. Guess what the GM needs to do? Make sure that they have everything that they need per their requirements. If he asks you for this, you go and get it. You go and make those transactions happen.
Wait, a question though, Matt. You are Dennis Allen or Ben Johnson. You go to Ryan Poles and say, look, we need left tackle. We need defensive tackle. We need edge. We need safety. We need cornerback. These teams, XYZ, have new coaching staffs and new schemes. They have young talent that we want that will fit our schemes. You spent a 4th-round pick on Joe Thuney and a 6th-round pick on Jonah Jackson. We want you to do that this offseason with younger talents that don't fit on other teams. What do you think the odds of that are something that Ryan Poles can pull off?
Very, very high.
Expand.
We're talking about offense or defense?
Both, either or.
Defensively, there's plenty of guys that can. You got. Look at what they did right after those guys got there. They got at the last second. They got Grady Jarrett, who had an injury-riddled season that didn't really represent the Grady Jarrett that was in Atlanta. You got that. Remember, we got two systems that's being created right now, that's being installed in this building. And it's a learning curve that comes with that. And how do we shorten that curve? We get some veterans in here to help do that. They struck gold definitely on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think much heft is required this next time around on the offensive side of the ball. I think most people would agree with that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, on the defensive side of the ball, it's probably where most of the resources and most of the time is going to get spent to try to upgrade that. And so, yes, do I think there are several guys in the free agent market, whether they're high end or low end, that can really help that out and shorten that curve? Yeah, man. Absolutely. I can get the name and names, but we doing the show right now. We'll seclude a conversation just for that, and I'll make sure you guys get images and information about those guys. But yeah, hell yeah, we can hurry up and turn that shit around in one free agent offseason.
Okay.
Does that answer what you're trying to say?
Well, yeah, free agent, but I'm talking about trades.
Yeah, there's opportunities.
But Thuney and Jackson were veterans. I get that. And so, yes, those guys that don't fit the system, but I'm, even thinking about any place that changed their GM and schemes that drafted somebody last season that Ben Johnson or Dennis Allen would want in their system too.
That's particularly why it's more advantageous to us, because I don't know if I've ever seen this much head coaching turnover in one season.
There's like 9 teams.
Yeah, even if they keep the same GM, I don't give a shit who drafted those people. If the system changes, that means like who is that? San Francisco, for example. They've been in a traditional 4-3 front like we've been in for the last 4 years. That's a 4-3 front. And those guys that fit that front line on the defensive line need to be a certain size, shape, all that. That's going on right now. They're about to change over to Raheem Morris' system.
Mm.
That's a 3-4. So they're going to have to definitely change their edge rushers. Bring in the conversation about Joey Bosa. Not Joey Bosa, but what's the other one?
TJ Watt?
No, he's saying Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa.
Won't necessarily fit what they do. That does not play to his strengths. Even though and he's been injured for the better part of the last couple of seasons, and he's like anybody is trading for him or wants to trade for him, bet not pay much for it. So that's going to change over. So you got multiple teams that are going from this front to that front. Some of those guys won't fit what they've been doing. Even some of the young guys that they just drafted might not fit those systems. So this is probably one of the more advantageous off seasons for GM, coaches, and the like to have a chance at some opportunities that you didn't see coming. So they're scuttling through all that stuff behind closed doors as we talking like, hey, they just changed to a 3-4 here. They just went to a 4-3 there. Might be some opportunities we offer them a trade for this. They need to change out their personnel. So absolutely right, Trips. This is a real good offseason for us as far as opportunity goes.
Interesting.
Be right back, fellas. I got to let my cat out.
All right. So we're looking at a decent free agency period coming up because of all of the head coach carousel in the NFL. That should be interesting stuff to look at as we move forward. I don't know who's going to sort of be on the chopping block or lose favor where at this present time. It's very, very, very tough to say, but there could be some interesting calls made and some interesting trades proposed that we don't see really happening under normal pretenses. So interesting stuff there. Outside of the trade market, I think we got two areas on the offense that we could address. Maybe one more being just general special teams returner case scenario. I think we can find all that potentially in free agency without really having to worry about the draft, with the exception of that left tackle. Either we find a stopgap in free agency or we get a later round left tackle. I wouldn't be looking at first or second round this time around, just because you have a second rounder coming and you don't really want that conflict. You want competition, but not conflict, right? So
I'm thinking more enough competition that if you take the job and he wins, the job is his. But then there's also the suggestion of bringing back Braxton Jones on a 1-year deal, so he can increase his value and all that as a stopgap. I'm not with that because this team already basically said he's not it.
I think it's a great idea.
You would for sure, because
I only want to say it this way, and maybe if I say it this way, you'll understand where I'm coming from. There's a different thing when you have somebody that's gone through your system for a year and is at least capable of being exactly what Triple R just said, a stopgap. You know exactly what he's going to be. He's not a long-term solution, and you're only going to sign him for maybe a year, and you want to give him a nice little chunk of money for a year. I don't think it's a bad plan. Instead of looking outside your doors to somebody that has to come in here and learn everything all over again. There's value to the product knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So look at it that lens.
I can respect that. I still hate it.
I don't like it as much either, but I respect if they did that, I can respect it.
Yeah, it's like the options.
For me, it has everything to do with how he performed on the field this season.
Not good enough.
You know what I mean? Like if he showed promise this season in the role, first of all, we wouldn't even be having this effing conversation. But second of all, I would be
look at it on the curve now, kids. Now we got to give him a little bit of grace because he was just coming off of a surgery that I don't think he had full time to rehab from.
Not like everybody else.
You know what? Like that's actually super fair. That is actually super fair. And in that respect, maybe you do kind of have to give him the benefit of the doubt. Mind you, there was the other 3 years when he was healthy, where we saw him shit the bed at the position. So
that was pretty damn Roshar, man. I think I trust that guy. I really trust that guy.
So
I think he's the key to most of the success that we had this year was him solidifying that offensive line, and we talked about it on and on and on. I mean, just ad nauseum about how quiet that offensive line and how good that line protected this quarterback and helped him grow. I think this is the same thing. I think if they decide to sign Braxton Jones for a year because of the injury to Ozzie, I think you have to lean on that. I think you have to lean on the trust in Dan Roshar to be able to get this right. Help Braxton Jones get this right. He ain't gonna be, what we hoped he would be, for the last few years or so, but that's okay. You ain't got to be perfect, but just be good enough to get us through this period.
So let me ask you a question. Like if there was like a viable veteran left tackle who's probably not going to be playing for longer.
Cam Robinson, bro.
Thank you. You know what I mean? So if we're talking Cam Robinson over potentially Braxton Jones, would you even hear the name Braxton Jones at all?
Depends on what they want to, what the pay for Cam Robinson is, because he's turned into a 1-year hitman for the last couple of years. So he's gonna gouge you for about a good $15 million.
Yeah, then that's fine. We don't really want to pay anything that look like that. I'll just be real about that one. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah.
Where's the money to do some of this other stuff that we want to do if you getting gouged like that?
Yeah, I don't think you need another. I think the offensive line has a good influx of cash as far as that is concerned. I don't think you want to tie up another 15 mil right now.
Yeah, Cam Robinson estimated market value 13.13 million.
I knew I was in the neighborhood.
Bit better. It's a bit better. You know what I mean? But like somebody along those lines that could sort of come in, shore up the position for a season, and we don't really have to worry about it. I'd be looking just a little, like I'd be looking at maybe around the $10 million mark, like just a little bit less than that. But if that's the cost of doing business, maybe that's the numbers that you pony up. So yeah, like I would be I'd be much more interested in something that looked like that than I would bringing back a talent that is uncertain. You know what I mean? Like that certainty with Cam Robinson is worth a couple $1 million.
All right, I tell you what, man. This is the last thing that I think we ought to talk about. I don't think there's much else to talk about with the Bears, but the 1920 football drive. Another thing that was pointed out, I noticed that Ben Johnson says he's like, we got some time to spend, we got some decisions to make, and heavy on us right now. Basically, is what he said was in the safety room. We have some decisions to make there, and that could lead to a whole bunch of different conversations. And let me just start it off with this. I know they want to keep Kevin Byard. We know they want to keep Kevin Byard. What Kevin Byard is going to cost is a whole other thing inside Hallis Hall. And, on the outside, we can speculate about what they should do and what they shouldn't. But he said the safeties, plural. We have safety contracts that we need to deal with.
Yeah,
that still leaves the door open. That still leaves the door open for now. And I think this probably should happen for Jaquan Brisker. I think the proper context of how Jaquan Brisker this thing should play out is they let him hit the market. Let him hit the market and let him see what the price tag is. Let's see what these, and then if you can, you bring him back if you can on a team friendly deal if he wants to take it. Optional. I think that's what they should do.
It looked like Kevin Byard, just estimated that his salary would be about $7 million. And Jaquan Brisker, his salary would be estimated like $15 million, or like 10 to 15 or something like that. Obviously, Bayard's older, so a shorter term deal. No safeties on the roster. I would think that you bring back Bayard and you bring back Hicks for depth because don't call him Mr. Biles. You can replace in free agency or the draft. And then Brisker, you use a draft pick on.
Well, I try to avoid what I telling people what I think and what I think they should do, and I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that. Nobody gives a fuck about what I would do. I'm worrying about what they're talking about in house hall and how they're thinking in house hall. There's other things to think about other than, that. You know what I mean? You got to think about the entire big picture, and you can very well sign another safety. Let's just say, I don't think Kevin Byard's gonna sign here for no damn $7 million. If he did, that's crazy on his part. He should get no less than $10 million coming back here. Number one. Number two is, there's other options besides, this is a guy that I hadn't talked about since we started this offseason thing. It's a guy out of Jacksonville named Andre Cisco. Should watch his tape. I'm gonna repeat it. Safety, Andre Cisco. Watch his tape. I got a feeling he's going to come into play. If they don't re-sign him in Jacksonville, that's going to be a name we're going to be talking about in the next 30 days or so. I'm telling you right now. Andre Cisco. Check him out. Safety.
Okay.
All right. And Patrick, Rasheed Walker, you mean the dude that Austin Booker was beating like a rug? Yeah, no, thank you. But yeah, there's that guy. There's free agent safeties out there. Was that Cross from Indy? There's other guys out there, plus the draft.
He's really good and got a lot of range. Cross. I loved him coming. He's one of the top 2-3 safeties that came out in his draft 2-3 years ago.
He was in the same draft as Brisker, wasn't he?
Yeah, Nick Cross.
Yeah.
Shit. So you're gonna pay him the same kind of Brisker money?
Well, no, I'm looking at Spot Rack is where I'm basing all these on, and Cross is estimated to make a lot less than Brisker.
Okay. Well,
in the range department, he's definitely an upgrade.
Yeah. So I'm with you, Nomad, with respect to, unfortunately, I don't think that they are in the market to re-sign Jaquan.
They may not be.
I don't think that's in the cards right now. Again, the way that you mapped it out is maybe they let him hit free agency and renegotiate when they have a better idea as to what the dollars and cents for his market are. That's possible. But again, I don't think they're really trying to spend 13 to 15 on a safety. I don't think that's in the cards. I think they can, even that 10 that you're suggesting for Kevin Byard, which I believe is actually quite a bit lower, because he's upwards in age and you can extend that timeout, right? You can give him another year on the contract, which is better than a couple of bucks up front for a guy at this particular juncture. So, if it's a 3-year at 10 versus a 2-year at 15, numbers are the same. I think it works out just fine for Kevin Byard.
It's all about the money guarantee for him up front at this point.
Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, you front load whatever you can for Kevin, and you move forward. Again, especially you get that out of the way before you got to pay Justin Fields, before you got to pay Caleb Williams. So that's fine. I'm not sure. Was it Jonathan Owens? Did he get a lot of snaps this season?
Special teams.
Jonathan Owens is insignificant in terms of this conversation.
This is what I'm trying to sort of say. So I have a strange feeling. We as much as cute as I think his wife is, I'm not so sure he's going to be around for very much longer. I also don't think Elijah Hicks will be around for much longer. I think they completely retrofit this safety room, and it starts with Kevin Byard being re-signed, And secondarily, I think it starts with the extension of CJ Gardner-Johnson, because the impression that he made on this team this time around, I think, man, like, listen to what I'm saying. I don't like CJ Gardner-Johnson, but he came in here and he made an impression on Bears fans, on the team itself, and on the field. And I think he could take over that, that strong safety role. He ain't the fastest guy in the world.
That's the thing, though. I mean, because he is what he is, and at the time, what we needed, he was good for that. But we saw his shortcomings when he had to cover, a wide receiver going a drag route or a crossing route. He doesn't have the foot speed to keep up. So it's like, thank you for filling in where you needed to do. Push on.
I cannot let that one slide, man, because the context of how you just said that was talking about his foot speed. And there's a difference here. He's playing a different position. He's playing a slot corner. So you're playing probably the fastest guy on the offense.
Yeah.
Slot corner. That's a different when you got to carry that guy all the way down the field versus
you can't do that anymore.
Versus playing safety when you're basically that's a different ball game, Triple R. And I can understand how you feel that way, but I'm just telling you that way of thinking is flawed in contrast of the two positions that have to be played.
I do agree with you in this respect, Nomad. I think, again, like, we did see him get burned a bunch in that slot nickel area. He's not that guy anymore. That's Kyler Gordon. Like, that's who we need there. But I think CJ in playing safety works. I think that's a great position.
Free or strong? So strong.
Strong safety.
Strong safety, very specifically. We keep Kevin Byard at free, and he does what he needs to do. Roam, pick that ball off, and
he's still extremely twitchy. You keep him in a short area, which is what a strong safety does. Short and keep his twitchiness. He can be very effective.
Right, you layer him in on safety blitz, all that. Like, these are things that I think he would excel at, as far as CJ Gardner-Johnson is concerned. And I don't think it'll cost us an arm and a leg to do it with that particular player. So, in my opinion, if Jaquan is gone, you draft a safety in the draft, you get somebody in there to sort of backfill. The starter is CJ Gardner-Johnson at the position. I think he'll play it very well. Get them tackles, etc. Like, he's a very solid tackler.
Kids, I should mention what Foster. Shout out to Foster for this one. This is one of the guys that I've been planning to point out here real soon when I start, itemizing some of these guys. He's talking about Hawley out of LSU at safety. This guy has got
at 25, Foster.
Dude, man, I can't believe that a 25-year-old sounds like an old fucking man.
No, not
25.
At pick 25, bro.
Oh. There's a bucket full of 25-year-olds coming out in this draft, and
that's
people are getting used to that because guess what? People are staying in college a little long. Guess why? There's fucking money in there.
NIL, baby.
Yeah.
When you stay in college making a few million and fresh co-eds every year?
I'd never leave college if this was the case. I'd be an old motherfucker in college.
Well, no, it gets to a point where you would have to leave, so.
And you know what I mean? But anyway,
8 years, I think that's the limit.
Harley is that kind of he's pure box safety. He is pure box safety. He's got the size, he's got the weight, he's a playmaker as well. Foster is off the charts for bringing that up. That's a guy that I definitely wanted to bring up. Shame on you for stepping in front of me like that, Foster, but good job on the recruit.
Fucking Foster.
Golly, that's a good one.
I'm just saying, I'm just scream this shit in the chat right now. Scrolls, you crazy. Foster, you crazy too, damn it. And like, I see you backpedaling now. Perfect. Okay. So like, yeah, if everything works out and they have, if things work out and they have the draft picks, they got to trade back and get, and yeah, they could get a safety in a second. If it's all cool. Don't repeat that. I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna let it.
Red Baron, boy.
So I mean, you know what I'm saying? So like you could get the safety in the second. You just I don't forget the left tackle guys. Like you gotta get the we can't go through another season going, damn, we can't touch a quarterback. Like we just can't do that again. I don't care. Like I don't know what to tell you. They pushed this situation back 4 years now. They really haven't addressed it. They thought they addressed it in the 5th round a year ago, but like, no, you need to fix the problem. Problem needs to be fixed.
So this is the thing, and before we get out of this Bears conversation and get into another one, this should be pointed out. Do not forget, as much success as we had this year, with a hope, we got new offensive coordinator, we got new defensive coordinator. They came in here and did yeoman's work with somebody else's groceries. They brought a few of their own, pluck spots here and there to make sure that they had a few people to help facilitate the systems that they want to run. You're talking about your Toonies, you're talking about your Dolmans of the world, you're talking about your Jonah Jacksons of the world, you're talking about Grady Jarrett on the defense, that kind of stuff. You're talking about Nashawn Wright out there on the corner. We got a few pieces in here to help facilitate what they wanted to do. Guess what's going to happen now that they've got their full grip on this team? They're going to turn over this thing as best they can and get every guy that they can get that they don't think fit what they want to do out of here and get somebody else there. It might take a certain amount of free agency dollars to do it. It might, but it also might take, moving around in the draft to get extra draft picks to do it. One or the other. I think they know what they're doing. I think we can all agree on that. They know exactly what they need to do. They have a game plan for this thing, and they're right in the middle of evaluating all the talent that's in the draft. They got the pro side of the free agency people. They're doing the pro talent that they're evaluating. They're looking at all of it and bringing it all together in meetings. It's like, I strongly think that you should consider this player, that player, this player, that player in the free agent side of it. And they're doing the same thing with the draft scouts. And so, man, you talking about work being done. This is when all of the magic happens, bro. All of it.
And also look at the possibilities of being at pick number 25 in the first round. Ryan Poles be like, hey, let's go ahead and trade back into the top of the second round, pick up some extra draft capital, save the money against having to pay the financial compensation for a first round pick versus a second round pick. And we can still get, talent going forward. So, this may be a pick where the Bears don't have a first round pick, but not because they traded it for a Crosby or a Garrett, but because they traded back to pick up more. I mean, that's a possibility. And Patrick, Slater may not have been beaten by Booker on that play, but look at a couple others that Booker got pressure on, and the one where Love ducked his head and took himself out. Yeah, I think those were all against Slater. So yeah. But so look at the possibilities of trading back or any position is viable on the table. But of course, that's going to be more clearer after free agency.
All right, we got to get going, you guys, man, because this conversation took longer than I expected, but as we always should be, we are very, very excited about what the Bears conversations are because we got a lot of options on the goddamn on table. And we should be freaking excited, man. It's good things are gonna happen, man. I'll just say this before we get out of this. Trust their plan. Don't get so wrapped up in your own plan and your ideas of what the Bears should or shouldn't do. That way you won't take none of it personal. I'll just say that to you all before we get into this next conversation because we do Doomsday Survival every single week. As long as Tripp is here, I think this is a good thing to do. But maybe if he ain't here, maybe one of these days we might do it. But this is I'm going to tell you, before we get into this intro, I want to tell you something. This week is all about practicality. It's all about the simple things that you may or may not be thinking about in a survival situation. We're talking about minus a power grid that's functioning the right way. It might be a week, might be 2 weeks before you can get relative power in your area. The water could be contaminated. It's all kinds of things that can happen. The gas might come up short, and you might not be able to get fuel and things like that. These are reasons why we do this stuff. It's not about trying to entertain you. It's about you being practical. And what we have for you this week, I think, is doing exactly that, answering the practicality. But here we go. I know, you guys. I know this seems like the silliest thing in the world. What, Nomad? What the hell? What are you showing us a barbecue pit for? Remember the context of the conversation. We don't have a functional power grid right now. We don't have good electricity. We don't have good fuel coming in and out of communities. And so if you are one of those people with one of them fancy ass freaking electric grills out there, freaking gas grills out there, whatever grill you use, guess what? You suspect. And I don't like you. I'm just telling you, this is practical. This is something that you could use in any given situation where the power grid may or may not be available to us. We're spoiled, where some countries around the world don't have a consistent power grid. And so, nothing is given forever. And this is the practicality of that. This is how you sustain yourself. This is a grill that I have several in my backyard right now, but for sure, this is one of mine right here. I got this exact grill in the back of my yard. It's a little older, and I need to probably do something to supplement the bottom of it because it rusts out a little bit. But yeah, this is if you're gonna get a grill like this, make sure you get a waterproof topper to go over that so you can sustain it for a decent amount of time, because if you don't, it's gonna rust out the bottom. But go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking at a charcoal barbecue pit. It's a grill, and you got the basic grill, and then you got a chamber to the left. It looks like you're smoking some kind of a fowl in there, bird or turkey. So a little smoke box to the side. Yeah, this is something that you definitely could use if you have an off-grid spot, but be aware that you will need fuel. You will need charcoal to burn it. And if you can't go to the local Menards or Home Depot or wherever you buy your charcoal from, guess what? You can make it with wood and fire. There's methods to do that. You can look it up, or we'll cover it a different way, but you can make your own charcoal. But the issue is security because of the barbecue pit. If you are in a situation where you're eating, but a lot of people ain't, and they hungry, they're going to smell your food and they're going to come a-looking. So, you know what I'm saying? Just be aware of that when you fire it up and you put in your rabbit or your possum or your coon or your fish or whatever you're putting on the grill.
I got a serious question to ask. Where the fuck you getting the charcoal from in the zombie apocalypse?
You take wood, you put it in a barrel, a metal, or when I say barrel, it could be one of the trash barrel, or it could be as small as one of those cookie tins.
What do you think charcoals are, bro?
And then you put wood in there, and then you put the actual barrel or the tin in fire, and it dries out what's inside, turning it into charcoal. Okay. So charcoal is basically just dried out wood, and then it will burn longer.
Before you go on, kids, let me express this to everybody. So this is a side by side. This is a dual purpose barbecue pit. One side, where you see the bird there on the left hand side, that's usually where you feed. You can do pellet and all that kind of stuff. You can do all that kind of stuff there in that part of the grill. But what I use it for is I use it for direct heat. So I will put wood there. I will put charcoals there just to fuel. So what you can't see is where that bird is located. Right to the right of it, there's a hole that pours smoke into that next part, the big part of the grill. So that's where you want to put your wood, your coals, and whatever you got going on to smoke the meat on the right-hand side of it. So you can do that, or you can put the coals directly underneath the big part of this pit. So underneath those chicken skewers or whatever those are, you can do that. But my advice to anybody that would want to do that, make sure you get you a steel pan to put underneath that, because that can wear and tear on the bottom of that barrel there. And so this is got dual purposes to it. You can smoke indirectly, or you can grill directly, which is what I just got through describing. I do a lot of that, but every now and again I get a big old piece of meat and I'll, chock that thing full of wood on the left-hand side of there and let it get down to the temperature I want and smoke something, man. So this is definitely, kids, if you don't have this in your yard, you trying to die.
Well, I'm one of them suspect guys you talk about. I got a fucking gas grill as dope as all sin, and I love it. I'm not a charcoal guy at all, because it's such an It's funny. I watch my neighbor's from Philly, man, and he does the whole thing. He gets his grill ready to go. I'm outside and inside within 12 minutes.
You should probably just say it, kids. You lazy.
Well,
you lazy. You don't want to do the work,
bro. I don't. In every situation, if there's an additional layer of work for me to do, if I can throw $1 at that shit and make it so that I don't have to do that work, I'm gonna find that $1. I'll go work for the $1.
Thing is, the convenience that you are accepting for the gas grill, you're giving up in flavor from the charcoal.
Yeah,
because the wood, the charcoal, the woods, whatever kind of wood it is, that flavor is gonna seep into your food.
He can't undersay that, man. Like
you can know, because I'm
not. You can, man. Like, you don't understand, man.
I don't really give a shit about the flavor that I'm getting from the wood, because I'm marinating up my food. I'm spicing it up. Like, my food is flavorful. I don't really need a fucking
different layers, baby. Edamames.
Say what now?
Edamames, different layers of flavor.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I will make you never want a steak on a gas grill again, bro.
Okay.
In your life. You will never. Somebody made one of them, you'd be like, man, get the shit the fuck out of my face.
I mean, because you can use liquid smoke. You can use pellets that are, oak or apple or cherry or walnut, whatever kind of wood pellets, and it will have that flavor. Just think if you use a maple. So now you have a maple wood flavor in your seasoned meat. So it's just something on top
on the season or in the marinade, no?
Or whatever. I mean, it's just different. I mean, like the way you can taste char, like a char burger or a cheddar dog or something like that. Shout out to the Wiener Circle. It's just different. It's just additional. It doesn't mask or detract from your marinades or seasoning. It just enhances, in my opinion.
I'm with Ricky LaFleur, man. I'm with Ricky, man. Ricky Lady.
Yeah, I mean, you can use propane and they're easy, but it's just not the same flavor.
Dangerous too, man.
Yeah, because they will blow the fuck up.
Well, you gotta not be a moron. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a lot of
people. Well, like, I'm not calling you a moron. I'm just saying, like,
I own a couple of gas grills. I know how to keep safe around it, man. I'm a fucking emergency responder. I know how to operate with.
There you go.
I'm just telling you that he's telling you what you need to hear, and that's the level of flavor. Number one is completely like two universes in contrast to each other. Number one. Number two, we're talking about a doomsday survival situation, how you can maintain yourself. That thing is going to be nothing good for you whatsoever, other than a fucking hiding place for critters. That's about what the thing is going to be.
Right.
The zombies ain't out there just yet. You know what I mean? So I'm good with my
remember,
grill. Like, I'm good. It's dope.
When you're in an apocalypse situation like that, it will be a luxury for you to have enough meat and sustenance to cook on a grill like this. I mean, so just think of smaller, scale it down a little something.
So, with respect to this conversation, how long, and Foster, you can chime in the chat because you seem to have an idea about this. Like, how long would it take to make charcoal, Trip, and make your own?
8 to 12 hours.
No, about a day and a half.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do it low and slow, because basically what you're doing, you are increasing the temperature within that tin or that barrel of that metal device to the point where it's boiling out all of the liquid in that wood. And you want to get it to the point where it's dry all the way through. It's like when you're making croutons, you put your bread in the oven and you crunch it, but it's still kind of soft on the inside. Well, then it's not dry all the way through. So you just keep adding wood to it and put a little hole in it so that the steam escapes. And it's like a kettle. It'll whistle as the liquid is escaping.
So Trips, you got to understand, you talking like probably foreign to a guy that don't even have really much experience with charcoals. Like if you pick up a piece of charcoal and raise it to the top of your head and drop it on the ground, that thing is going to chip up and break apart all over the place.
Because it's dry.
Hold on, man. Like, it's not like I've never seen fucking charcoal.
Well, I know you've seen them, but if you don't have, you don't even know how they're made. So
no, I've never. I'm like, what
it says basically,
I've never made charcoal. I've never had the reason to, like, the wherewithal or requirement to make charcoal, but I've definitely used charcoal. That's why I'm asking, like, how long would it? To me, it's important for folks to understand in a
slow process
scenario, what the process looks
but
like.
Less than a day.
That's important to me. But like, don't for any moment, like, don't think I haven't used. I've definitely owned and utilized the charcoal.
Intelligence. Don't take it that way. But he's talking about the physical properties and how it becomes what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and how to make it. Because he said, how do you make it in a situation where you can't go to the store? Basically, you find 2-inch diameter trees and you chop them up into manageable, even slices so it all dries out approximately the same time. And then you stuff it in there as much as you can. And then you just keep feeding that flame until there's no more steam coming out. And then you let it cool down a little bit. And then you open it up and you should have, good to go charcoal. Now you can use the big barrels or you can use like the small tin. And like if you're traveling in a doomsday scenario, you can travel with the small tin and you put it in your backpack and then you just put enough wood in there. And that's why I'm saying the scale of the pit of your cooking space will be much smaller. And maybe you make a Dakota fire hole in the ground and, so you have less smoke and less flame to draw attention. But you can make your own charcoal. You can catch your game, your meats, or your fishes to put on there. So, barbecuing and charcoal is a good skill and tools to have, to go forward when you can't, go out and just buy fuel or meat.
Okay.
Well, let me just tell you this. And again, let's get back to the survival conversation. Talking about charcoals. Good luck. Ain't nobody gonna spend too much time trying to make charcoal in a survival situation. You know what you're gonna deal with? You're gonna deal with the woods and what kind of woods are good to burn and flavor meat. Here's the one wood that I will tell you from experience that is not good to burn. Not in a cooking scenario, not in your home scenario, in your fireplace or whatever you use to keep yourself warm. Do not get pine.
Mm-hmm.
It's sappy, it's moisturous, and that's bad for whatever environment that you live in. Not because there's chemicals in it that will harm you or anything like that. It is just a bad. It will screw up your the taste of your meat. Number one, but definitely in your home, you don't want to burn that in your fireplace. Don't burn pine. So almost any other, like basically, kids, if you're in Canada and you're looking for something
Oh, we burn pine here all the time, but like not indoors and not for food.
No.
You know what I mean? Like we'll burn it outside in a fire pit because it's so readily available. You know what I'm saying? Like it's everywhere.
Yeah.
But you're bang on. That's not what you want. You don't want to use that wood for your food if you can avoid it.
So when it comes to your food and grilling and trying to maintain something, you look for your basics, your oak. If you can get oak, oak is most available in the northern part of the this hemisphere. You can find oak. If you can't find that, look for your berry trees. That's your best wood. The flavor of it.
The flavor.
Any berry tree you can find. Anything that grows fruit, find that tree. If it's old and if it's leaning, get that tree. But another thing about when it comes to that, it's also about conservation. And if you're going to take down something like that, like a fruit tree or something like that, something that bears fruit, rule of thumb is to take branches off of it, take a really healthy branch off of it and plant another one in its place. And don't go messing with that area no more. Move on. That's how you go about that. But that's a whole other conversation about conservation that we probably should have. But we're talking about survival and
hardwoods. That's what you want. Hardwoods.
Use that grill. Keep using that grill that you use to make your burgers and your steaks and all that. But make sure you have this side supplement. Get your pick.
And if you want to start a fire, birch bark or pine cones are good fire starters.
You went full Ranger Smith on us there for a second, though, man. But I'm with you.
Did I? What'd I say?
No, with the conservation and shit.
Replanting trees and stuff.
You know what I'm saying? I could just see Yogi Bear shaking his head somewhere in America.
I'm for real about that.
But yeah, man. Yeah, this is cool. Folks in the chat are saying they're giving some good stuff. Like you can just dig a hole in the ground. You know what I mean? And do and take care of some of, you know what I mean, and do some of what we're talking about. This is better to have. It's much cleaner and more reusable and things along those lines. But if shit hits the fan, you got to do what you got to do. That might be it, man. You might actually You might actually just dig a pit. Like in Jamaica, that like scrolls you brought it up. That's what they would do. They would dig a hole in the ground and maybe get a pail and you're starting your shit.
Yeah. You might have to MacGyver up some shit, especially you with that grill you got, boy. All right, let's get to the next thing because we got to keep it funky, man. We got to keep it funky. Another couple of very practical things that you probably ain't thinking about, but I will explain myself when I put it up. Wheelbarrow and plastic 55-gallon drums. The drums are as low as $80. You can find these almost anywhere, but I'm going to give you a little advice here. But the wheelbarrow, most definitely, I don't care. You can go get them out of the store for as low as $69.99, but you can get to your local go to Facebook and find your Facebook marketplace and find you one of these for $10-20. I mean, maybe less than that. Somebody's just trying to get rid of something because it's cluttering up a garage or something they don't need it. You might get lucky. But when it comes to this drum, a 55-gallon drum with a lid that you can ratchet tight is so valuable for all kinds of different reasons, whether it be water, catching water, whether it be storing food, or whether it be whatever you decide to do with that drum, but it's absolutely valuable. And let me tell you something. Don't go to a garage sale and buy one of these when it comes to, okay, I'm looking for something to store my food. I got beans, I got rice, I got whatever, and I want to store it in here. Do not do that. No, number one. Number two, the reason why is because you need food gradable drums to be able to store your stuff. If it's not food gradable, you have to buy that specifically. If you want to put food in there, make sure you get something that can facilitate food. That's why it's a difference. Now, if you want to get that thing to do random things when you want to store this or you want to store that and you want to put the lid on it and tighten it up. So that's different. Buy them from a garage sale or yard sale like that. But if you want to put food in that thing, buy it new because you don't know what the next person did with it. That's my advice, Trip. If you want to speak to that, go ahead.
Yeah, because you don't know what the materials were that was in the barrel from the previous users. So it could have been something toxic or poisonous that would contaminate your food stores. But yeah, these barrels are very useful. I mean, you can make one, into a charcoal grill or smoker if you want. But as far as the storage goes, you can store whatever you need to in there. You could bury it.
Wait. Slow down, Trips. This is a plastic drum.
Yeah, okay, that's plastic. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, whatever you're gonna store in there, you can bury it. You can keep it in your basement. The wheelbarrow is always useful, just for carrying shit. Transporting it. You put it in there, you pick it up. They're very mechanically easy to repair, and the most ones that you will find are usually just rusty or something that needs a little maintenance, a little TLC, and it's just a bucket, with a wheel and a couple braces that you can make if necessary.
Trips, if you don't mind, I'll tell you where this comes in handy. Let's say if you're the Canuck in Canada and he's maybe a half mile, maybe a mile, maybe a few miles away from a water supply. The water supply is not steady and we're not getting things coming through the faucet to help us out, but we need water. And we don't have gas either. We don't have any kind of fuel coming in. So it's been like that for a while. And we don't know when the fuck we're going to get fuel again. Guess what? You need to get water. And how you get water and bring it back to your home without breaking the entirety of your back is a wheelbarrow. You get your container, you get down to the river, you get down to the stream, you fill up your containers, put it in this wheelbarrow, and trust me, your back is going to want to make love to you because of it. Because you have this wheelbarrow. That's where it comes in handy. Where you can't move from A to B in a vehicle, this can get you down to that stream, this can get you down to that river and back and fill up your water containers and you back home safe. The idea, if I were to give you some advice here, if you live in a home that has more than one person, so if it's you and your lady, or it's you and a couple kids, whatever it is, get two if you can. Get two, so that's going to limit your workload. So if two people can go down there and fill up water containers instead of one, guess what? Less you had to go down there and get shit.
Oh right? Man, now you gotta listen to the wife carrying a lot. Like imagine that. Imagine listening to the wife while y'all pushing that wheelbarrow from the.
I mean, water, firewood, laundry, potting stuff for your garden,
toiletry,
whatever. It's a useful conveyance to transport stuff. As long as you have it's not leaking, you can transport the water. And no, you cannot use those barrels for those Breaking Bad type things because they're plastic. You need the metal barrels for the acid and such. But yeah, these are things that you would have in your house because you would use, these items regularly in the summer, in the winter, in the fall. If you have a garden, if you have a garage, if you have a handyman business or whatever, these are just practical items. If you have a secure location that you are out at and you need to transport stuff, yeah, wheelbarrows are the way to go. And the barrels are good for storage, and you can stack them, and whatever's in there is in there. That's your business. I ain't in that. But the wheelbarrow, $70 new, or $20 used on OfferUp or something. The new plastic barrel as low as $80, and yeah, you want to keep to new on that. So I mean, not expensive, but very, very practical.
Remember the word food gradable, food grade material when it comes to drums. If you want to get a plastic drum with the lid and you want to store food in it, do not buy it used, because the person that's selling it to you, even if you mention the fact that you want to put food in, they're going to lie to you just to get rid of it. They ain't going to tell you the truth. They just want to get rid of it. That's why people have sales, yard sales, and garage sales. They want it gone. So if you want to put food in something like this, buy it new. You just don't know, and they sell it specifically for food, so that materials that they make the thing with can be food gradable. I know this from just experience of doing the emergency response and things that you have to do to prepare for certain things that we have to encounter. That's the only reason I know this kind of stuff, the difference between just going out and picking up you a barrel. You know what I mean? It's a difference. You don't want to buy anything that you're going to put food in from somebody else, bro. Trust me.
Well, yeah, these are both good suggestions. I highly tout them both. All we're missing is like some chloroform and some zip ties, and this would make for an episode of Dexter. Oh, as well as a shovel. Shovel would help.
All right, let's get out of here before it gets silly, man. Y'all gonna
you know me, I'm a silly motherfucker. But at the end of the day, these are actually very, very viable and useful tools in a doomsday scenario. It leads me to ask a very interesting question, which maybe I shouldn't ask, but like, it's funny that folks can't store just like rainwater in barrels anymore. It's a weird thing in North America. It would really offset the general costing household on household that they're paying to the grid for water. Like there's precipitation every season. We could be storing up a bunch of this and reusing it. And I'm not saying drink it or bathe in it, but like, for other things, we use water for all types of things. There's legislation that's shut that down as an idea almost worldwide, and it's. I was surprised.
Kids, you remember? I think it was a week ago when we was having a conversation about energy and electricity and all this kind of stuff. And we was talking about different ways to harness energy. When I said the words that energy is free, you immediately was just like, no, nothing is free, right? And we ended up in a conversation, and it was just like, hey, that's a deeper conversation. Let's talk about it another time. Same thing here. Same concept, same mindset with water. You should be able to, why are we paying water bills and shit like that? Basically,
I'm not even saying don't pay the water bill. The water coming from the grid has its use, but just to offset, for instance, your standard dollars to that grid, you could be storing like there's look at the snow that just came down here in across North America this last little while. Like there's a crazy amount of snow that's going somewhere.
Free precipitation.
You could it's free. It's falling from the sky. We should be able to barrel up, hold that down, water our plants with it, water our lawns with it, wash our cars with it. This is like bullshit water. You know what I mean? Like you don't need to, you shouldn't be forced to pay the grid for this. But maybe this is a deeper conversation. I just kind of wanted to throw that out there as like a big question mark thing that people should be like, who the fuck signed off on this shit?
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right, man. Any last quick thoughts about this? Because we got to hurry up and get out of this and get into some deeper shit. Any last thoughts on the practicality of this? And I think the most important thing, there's really one more important thing in this picture than the other. But I think that wheelbarrow is like for somebody that's not very, very close to a water source. This is going to save your life.
Like, Benjamin, why would that be illegal? You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy.
I just explained it to you.
It's against either laws or ordinances.
No. Like, I understand that somebody somewhere sat down and said, you can't do this. But, like, I'm just trying to say that how is collecting water harmful to any other human being outside of basically the household that you live with?
Hey, guess what, kids? Everybody's society, whether you live in the United States, whether you live in Canada, Timbuktu, doesn't matter where you live at. Those suppliers of water, those suppliers of electricity, those suppliers of gas and every other utility, anything named utility is a goddamn racket.
Okay, you nailed. Now you're saying it. Yeah,
it's a racket. And
yeah.
if they think for a second that people are starting to figure it out and trying to figure out ways, why the fuck we paying all these people all these extravagant? I'm working my ass off every week to get money, and they taking all this money out of my check, and all I got to do is collect water, and I can probably mitigate most of what I'm paying these months. I just see it's about control.
It's about control. It is some straight bullshit. Scrolls, like it's so funny you're saying mosquitoes, scrolls. Where I'm at is like it's swampland, very similar. It's like tundra swamp though, very similar to what you would get in Florida. Florida's got all kinds of mosquitoes. This part of Canada is absolutely wild. Foster knows all about this shit. Like me and Foster's first conversation had everything to do with basically putting up a lanai to get away from the fucking mosquitoes. Like basically, in any event, there's so many mosquitoes here where I'm at that be damned, that can't be the reason. You know what I'm saying? Like there's that many mosquitoes here that if we're breeding more mosquitoes, it's just table stakes. It makes no difference. At least I ain't paying for more water. But
all right, I'll tell you what, man, because we got to get out of this conversation and get into a whole other one. I can keep talking about this for a while, but fellas, we do have another thing to talk about, and that is this whole conversation about the Philadelphia experiment. It's a hell of a conversation, and I can't wait to get into it. So let's just rock this, man. Let's just rock this intro, and we'll talk about it in just a second.
All right.
Give me a minute. So I'm sure yeah, right on time, Quatu. You guys have at least, most people have at least heard reference to the movie The Philadelphia Experiment, right? Everybody's heard about this. If you haven't, yeah, I don't know. But
my uncle was in the Tuskegee experiments.
You want to explain that a little bit?
No, I do. It's a quote from Half Baked. It's what he says to the scientists.
So in World War II, let me just break down. I have never seen the entire movie, The Philadelphia Experiment. I've seen clips, this and that. I don't even think, from what I've seen, does accurate representation of what I have heard and what I've researched and found out about this event. I don't think it does it justice, man, because let me just read this to you from the notes I've taken from what I've learned. This is during the World War II era. This is about 1943, October 28th in particular of 1943. The U.S. government experimented with time travel / teleportation with disastrous consequences. The U.S. Navy destroyers were being decimated by the German U-boats and submarines. There was a boat or ship, a naval destroyer called the USS Eldridge that was stationed in Philadelphia. It was a cannon-class submarine, so that means it was a fighter boat. And it was equipped with multiple generators that were let me make sure I say this right. They were designed to power a new magnetic field. Read that again. These generators were designed to power a new magnetic field. So, to put this in context, we were getting our ass kicked by the Germans. And the government had some kind of experimentation going on to begin with.
So let me touch up a little bit where you're at. So what that magnetic field was for was basically they were using electromagnets to create, again, a different polarity, because the U-boats, the German U-boats, were able to detect their boats in the water, and they were trying to figure out a way around that detection. Continue.
To make it indetectable. It was a magnetic field around it to make it indetectable. The experiment begins with a murky green kind of cloud around this thing that makes it appear as though it basically makes it disappear and reappear in another time frame. So this thing, it disappears under this murky green cloud and reappears in, I'm not sure, let me make sure I get this right, in Norfolk, Virginia, 250 miles away from where it was located to begin with. It's in the Atlantic Ocean, but it's relocated 10 minutes. And this is going to sound crazy. So 10 minutes before it disappears, it reappears on record in that location in Virginia. That makes sense? Anybody?
No. So you're saying that it reappeared before it left?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Virginia. In
How did they figure out that it reappeared before it left?
Because people keep logs everywhere in the military. That's all they do. Most of these guys, they sit there all day and keep logs of everything moving, coming, going. I can understand that.
Follow me for a second. So if you're in the future and you've done something and it appears in the past, how do you correlate that?
Let me make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Cool.
I'm going to read it to you. The ship reappears in Norfolk, Virginia, 250 miles away and 10 minutes earlier than it disappears. So it shows up in Norfolk 10 minutes before it disappears on the site there. Right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's how it doesn't make sense. Make sense of that.
Yeah, I don't make sense of it because not all of, but like the different dimensions or different time travel movies, I never got into because that shit's way too confusing. There's
I live for this. This is my favorite thing ever as far as anything is concerned.
This is the USS Eldridge, as it were in 1943. But go carry on, kids.
I'm just saying, as far as enter time travel, I'm involved. Back to the Future, Terminator 2. God, the list of time travel films is extensive. But I've watched most of them, and
Stargate, all of them.
Man, you name it, all of that stuff.
What was the one where he kept jumping back into different bodies, and he had Ziggy?
Oh, Quantum Leap, brother.
Quantum Leap. Yeah, that
was a great show.
So
Sam Beckett.
I mean, you got to imagine what this must have been like during that time. That, you know, what are we dealing with here? And we talked about before how the government is secretly probably dealing with some alien technology or some foreign technology, extraterrestrial, paranormal technology that we're not knowing. And putting that in an experiment with members of the U.S. military is not only foul, but it's cruel. This is where it goes disastrous. This is where it goes really, really wrong. After this thing happens, these guys they show up in a whole different place. And actually, it ends up being years later, they show up in Virginia. Years later than this thing disappears. They show up in Virginia. Some of these guys are confused. They're discombobulated. They've got terrible headaches. They got all kind of illnesses going on. They're confused. And some of them, kids, were fused into the steel of the ship.
Of course.
And so they're moving and they're doing whatever they're doing. And next thing you know, they are literally part of the ship.
Of course.
And can't free themselves from the steel. You want to talk? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like, how do you explain this shit? A phase shift in this at this level. If you like, so I'm standing here. I'm sitting here in my basement right now in my office. My phase shifting, 100 years into the future. Who's to say that this structure exists in the exact same manner as it did 100 years before? This might not. This area might have been paved over. It might not exist, and that would leave me stuck in whatever physical matter has taken its place. That's kind of what you're dealing with here. These people are actually stuck and or have been shifted, phased. Their molecules or the particles of their body has been phased into the metal of that ship during that traveling, if you will, whether that was dimensional traveling or time traveling. So that's really what's happened in this scenario.
I love the way you describe that, because we thinking about this in a broader context, and this is supposedly something that actually happened. Of course, there were people out there that try to debunk this thing, and I'm sure people did a pretty good job of that because they probably had access to every major network to go out there and shoot it down. But imagine if there's some actuality to this, kids. The agony of the people that were stuck.
Oh, you got to kill that guy. Like, I hate to unalive him. My bad. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's when you hear the word maimed. Like, this is probably the truest example of that. Like, this is a living being living in a situation that you couldn't, constant excruciating pain that you could not continue to endure. You would have to put that person out of their misery. Like, this is not, wailing while you're a part of a wall is not cool. Like, that's not.
It's not unfamiliar territory in my mind and my understanding of what the U.S. government's history is capable of, man. They're capable of some really, really heinous shit. And we all know that, especially in my community here in the United States, the Tuskegee experiments, all that kind of shit. And there's more to even that conversation. So it's not surprising to me that the U.S. military would use its own subjects, meaning its military, as subjects of an experiment. So these generators that they had in this ship that you're looking at right here on the screen, there were multiple of them there, were specifically designed to create a new electromagnetic field in order to pull this off. It's scary. It's scary when you're talking about people with a lot of power, with a lot of ability, a bunch of ability, and using people to execute this plan. I'm not even with animals being used with this.
Well, here's the thing. If you kind of take the position that it's like, the government of whatever country you're a resident of is probably lying to you because they have their own motivations and things that they got going on that's got nothing to do with me or you, but it does because we have to live under it. But having the thought, it's like, does the government, or the military have top secret stuff or knowledge or information about aliens or time travel or about subterranean Earth life? Is like, yeah, probably. But it's like we don't know for sure, and I just can't get worked up about it. But the technology aspect of it, I can see them experimenting. It's like, well, what if we did this? Or what if we found this technology and we're trying to back test it to see what happens? So, all of that is totally feasible in my opinion. It's not a conspiracy theory and it's not a reach, because that's just kind of what governments do. And I think it's kind of understood.
I'm going to double down on what you're saying, and y'all going to hate what I'm about to say, but and who better to do this to than people who are in conscripted service to the government?
You're soldiers.
You know what I mean? Like you already signed up. You're working for us. We're just testing this thing out. You're going to be on the ship anyway, so let's see how this thing works.
Sir, you're deemed expendable.
Like 1,000,000,000%. And again, that's part of that conscripted service. It sucks to think that this is. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think I told you guys this. One of my uncles, who is like my big brother, he is my big brother. He came back from the military after doing 4 years of service. Now, we had pretty much I ain't gonna say my entire family, but we had a bunch of us there at O'Hare to welcome him back from his 4 years of service. Y'all might remember as I get close to it, but
you did tell us this one.
Huh?
You have told us this. I know where you're going.
Remember what I told you he said to me?
Yeah, I do.
Tell it.
You said, he looked at you and picked you out and said something to the effect of, whatever you do not join the service. Do not join the army or whatever, or the Air Force or whatever it was he was coming back from.
Furious Styles.
He singled you out and heavily gave that Furious Styles.
The most important thing that he said was the U.S. military ain't no place for the black man.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what he told me. Now, since then, I never really had a thought of going to the military. I'm in football. But I'm still a little bitty boy. I'm like 4 or 5 years old when that happens. Still, I'm a little boy. He came and grabbed me up by my collar, and he walked right up to me with all those family members there. You know why he did that? He did that because he knew I looked up to him. And he did not want me to go through what he just experienced for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's let's move away from that piece a little bit. You know what I mean? Like to each his own, do what you will. And again, if you have served, I've got nothing but respect for your service. And I'm saying that as a Canadian. Shout out to the Canadian soldiers as well. In situations like what we're describing here, you've signed up to be an agent for the government, and if the government is running tests, they might say something to you like, sign off here, we give you a couple extra bucks and everything is cool if you help us with this project. Project.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? Project.
America.
You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, you got the super soldier serum and you're busting ass clean across the 7 seas, or you wind up phase shifted into the side of a ship. So it's hit or miss, if you will, I guess.
So, and to wrap this up, now let me make sure I get this up here. I think it's important to point this out. How this whole thing with the U.S. military and that experiment became a thing took about, let's say, about 8 to 10 years before it hit the mainstream, before people were really this is your first Bill Cooper. This is your first Bill Cooper. This is Morris Jessup. He's got a master's degree in astronomy, and he's an author. He's basically a scientist. So basically, a reporter called him up with a whole bunch of information, and he needed, Morris Jessup to confirm it. Long story short, this guy got that information. I'm talking about detailed, classified information, and long as it made him lose his mind for that time period. That's what they said it did to him. This book right here that you see is called what is it? Unidentified Flying Objects. This is like your first UFO book. Yeah, I'm sure it might have been one or two more before him, but this is the first known. This would be your Behold the Pale Horse at that time, kids. This is that during 1953. This guy not only dedicated the rest of his life to this that he learned about the Philadelphia experiment. It almost, people say it got him unalived. Morris Jessup is a story that I cannot get into fully on this show because it's just a lot. You should just research Morris Jessup and see where it takes you. But holy crap, this has been going on for a long time. Long time. And so we start talking about paranormal, extraterrestrials, unidentified things that come into that's been involved with Earth for a long time. This is the kind of information that the public doesn't readily pay attention to because there's so many other things in your face and you're just not paying attention to this. Go look up this guy's story, you guys. Look this up. This is how this became mainstream. The Philadelphia experiment would have gone by the wayside and it would have been some classified story that we probably wouldn't have never heard of if it wasn't for this guy right here, Morris Jessup. This is it's much more serious. And I believe the show that you guys were just talking about is a baby birthed by this experiment. Quantum Leap.
I would look at it from the different aspects. It's like, do I know if it's true or not? No, I have no fucking idea. But from the aspect of being, a Dr. Beckett to where, he didn't want to be doing that. He wanted to go home, but just to live a life that you are living other people's lives. That would be kind of be interesting. So that concept, it was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Jumping back and forth, doing whatever the people need done in their life, playing a little detective, so that's kind of interesting, the concept of it, but believing it or researching it or finding more about it is just kind of like, yeah.
Well,
there's nothing for me.
Well, that's you, Trip. For the people that are curious out there, and I wish you were a little bit more curious, but you are who you are for the reasons you are who you are, and I love you for being who you are. For those who are more curious about this is a name to circle, Morris Jessup, and go figure out. Trust me, the breadcrumbs, we just laid it out there for you. You're gonna find out that this is much bigger than what I was able to describe in this short segment here on the show, man. But this is really, really good. And I want to do more work on this, man, but there's so many other stories I want to cover, you guys. Any last thoughts on the Philadelphia experiment?
Well, before you go, kids, I would say that this is like maybe the original work in this niche, in this category, but I'm more of a anarchist cookbook kind of guy.
Oh, damn. You're cooking it up. We ain't even supposed to talk about that. I thought they shut that.
Didn't I tell you this guy really has a mind and he wants to have a purge? If you
I don't say I want to have a purge. I'm just saying I know how to survive in one.
Yes, you do. You want to see total destruction.
Well, I read that
No,
one
there's
too.
a difference between knowing how to survive in it
You know what I'm
and wanting
saying?
to see it.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Like I read that one too back in the days, and it'll give you that je ne sais quoi, that end of the end times zombie apocalypse je ne sais quoi that you need to really get your survival on. But I will say that there's probably like somebody should, whoever wrote that should come out with like a 2025 version, because there's some new tech, new things you could really beef that baby up with. In any event, stuff like this always piques my interest. I'll round it out with this. The general world has done a great job of completely attempting to debunk the F out of this thing. As far as the Philadelphia experiment is concerned, including just about everything that Mr. Jessup has talked about with regards to it. And the movie itself, it is been chalked up to science fiction and things along those lines. Things to note, though, just considering what we've talked about here, the odds that, a governmental entity has not attempted to do some of these things or harness these technologies / powers, features, whatever you want to call it, it's pretty damn slim. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure, hell, if I was running the show, I might want to test some of this shit out to see if I can harness the power of time. Just because maybe I can, and I have that kind of stroke, But
black-hearted motherfucker.
Well, I'm just being real, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being
Noir heart, noir.
I'm being real. Maybe I can go back and get that sports almanac and live
And
like Biff
Biff.
Tannen. You know what I'm saying? And live like Biff Tannen. But I think this type of stuff is like there's got to be realms, of science that these guys are exploring and testing out, that none of us peons, for lack of a better word, are being told about. We're just not privy to all that. We just not. And I honestly don't necessarily need to be informed. Just do what you got to do and see what happens. Now, here's the kicker. This shit happened in 1943? 42?
1943. It didn't become mainstream until 1953.
Of course. Right? So it happened. Then somebody leaked the information 10 years later, and we're still in the year 2025, just like with everything else.
6.
Just a 6. Thank you. Right. And we have 0 answers or real proof or full understanding of these things. So stuff is suppressed. I'm not surprised that folks would test this stuff out. I think they should, but where I'm going to is, it's almost been 100 years since this went down. It's been 80, just under 80 years. Who's to say they haven't fully harnessed this power already? They've had 80 years to really shut down that original experiment, find a nice, quiet location where they can really test it out on rats. Sorry, rats. And maybe, send rats into the future to take over the world.
All right. Let me say this to you, man. Kid, you despicable creature.
I do what I can.
By agreeing with the thought that somebody should use this technology and be okay with doing this to people, man. Come on. No way. No way I'm ever gonna test this theory on a human being that didn't deserve it. You gotta be a despicable human being for me to put you in this experiment, because the way it can go wrong.
Good. You don't want bad.
Let me just close this out, man. Let me get my final thoughts, because we got to move on. We got other stuff to deal with. This is crazy. This is despicable by the people who actually pulled this off. Let's just not There's no sugarcoating that. Somebody that actually did that, and I know what you guys said. Somebody signed up for the U.S. military. You made yourself susceptible to a chance that this might happen to you. Maybe, I don't know, but guess
Hey,
what?
man,
I'm not doing that to a human being that didn't deserve it. No way.
To put you on the front lines of a war.
No. I mean, these are the people that are making the decisions, man. Somebody like yourself, Trip, or whoever else ain't has shit to do with nothing. These people are just basically executing plans that somebody else decided to make because they're getting their ass kicked by the U-boats of Germany, the submarines in Germany. You know what I mean? They didn't need something to have a reprieve, and this was their decision. Like, we're going to try something we ain't tried before. Your ass is in it. We're going to pull the trigger on that. Bam. And this is what happened to you. You stuck in metal screaming for your life. Good luck being that person. But since you ain't, it's easy to talk about it. So I just wanted to say that, man, the despicable of our own government is probably not reported. And the little dribs and drabs that we get in these stories right here, man, this country didn't become the epitome of the world. And everybody looks at this country as this great beacon. Man, this country is not that. I'm just telling you. I love this country. I live here. But man, some of the stuff we've done to people is flabbergasting to me. But that's for a whole other conversation. That's for a whole other conversation. But guess what? You know what's more flabbergasting? Some of the movies I've seen, man. Let's get to that in just a second. Give me a second to pull it up. Hold on.
What's the expression? It is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, according to Bruce Lee, Little Dragon.
I can hear that. I don't know how y'all gonna react to this, but it's worth doing it real quick. What did y'all think about this movie?
It was hilarious.
Here's Johnny.
Red Rum.
First of all, what do y'all think about Stanley Kubrick and his storytelling ability?
Oh,
He's a little dark.
Just give me 1 second before I answer that question.
He's dark, but it's very what's the word where he draws you in?
Is a Clockwork Orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This guy's got very serious mental issues.
Dark.
And see, somebody like people probably should not have allowed him to be able to to make films. Like, I'm just being so real. This movie's okay. I really like Jack in this movie. I saw it once, God knows how long ago. It wasn't like a riveting film for me. A Clockwork Orange, though, it's a riveting film. And
well,
wow.
Can I jump you right quick?
Yeah.
This is another one of the more profound movies I've ever watched. You're talking about horror. We're talking about something scary. The crux of the movie was, I got to explain it a little bit. This writer who's got a wife and a son is asked to come and be a caretaker of a hotel, right?
Ski resort
out in the Aspen Mountains, right? And was that Colorado somewhere, right? That's where Aspen is at, something like that.
Yeah.
And he gets there, and he's trying to write his book. He's there, and he's thinking this is going to be the best thing in the world. Now there's nobody at this hotel. We got all this space to let Danny, his son, run around, and we don't have to tend to him. I got all the time in the world I need to write this book. And all of a sudden, all these paranormal things start to happen. People start to have visions. His son starts to go a little nuts, and he's seeing all these things. And this his kids call him mentally ill person starts to react to it. And it ain't good. And that's where I think, to close it out, was the most important thing for me. You guys remember what happened in the very end of the
No,
movie?
it's been a very long
Where he
time.
was in the maze.
No, after that.
Well, in the picture.
Yeah.
All right. Well, spoiler alert. Movie's over 50 years old. So, but basically, Jack Nicholson here is having a mental breakdown, a psychosis, and in the time that he spent alone doing his writing, the kid is running around upstairs and the wife is upstairs. So it kind of delves into, yes, Jack is having a thing mentally, but the actual location, the property is haunted or possessed, or give it a name, because the kid, his son is seeing, the twins that were there. His wife is seeing things that were there, but the actual physical manifestation of that psychosis, when he gets physical, because his reality's twisted and warped, and he thinks that he's doing the right thing or the wrong thing. But to Nomad's point, once they escape the terror of him, and there's a slow pan in close to a picture that was on the wall behind the bar there, that was from like years ago, like decades ago, and Jack Nicholson, his character, is in the damn picture. So it's like, is he reincarnated, or what the hell's going on? And it just kind of ends there. So it's that psychological thriller for back in the day that I was like, oh shit. It's kind of one of those. And a shout out to Scatman Crothers.
And Kes, to that point of I went back and watched a show we did a couple 2 or 3 weeks ago, probably about 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about this stuff and the kind of movies we like and why we like those kinds of movies and what it does to your curiosity, your mentality, and why you're attracted to certain stuff, right? One of the things that you said was having a story within a story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the end of it was the story in the story. What Trip just got through describing, the movie fades out and it shows this character that you see right here, Jack Nicholson, all the stuff that was going on during that movie, all the stuff that he was experiencing, all the stuff that his wife was experiencing, his son, ended up being like, dude, you were here in this hotel when it burned down and everybody got unalived. I don't think it burned down. I think people got unalived in that hotel. Something happened.
It was I think it was somebody went on a rampage.
Something. So I think you're right, Trips. Somebody went in there and just did a whole spree of unaliving people, and he was one of the people that were unalived. And so that's why I say maybe it's not so much somebody just lost their mind. Maybe it's more of, and this is the question mark that Stanley Kubrick put on this movie. Maybe it's you're in hell, bro, and you're re-experiencing hell over and over and over again. This is what hell is like. You're gonna re-experience this. This is what you're gonna go through. That's to me what I took from it. I don't know if that even makes sense to people.
Well, yeah, because even his physical, his flesh, there at the end in the maze, he was in a state of perpetual torture, a state of perpetual agony. So it wasn't like he could rest in peace, because you could see he was tortured as he passed on or passed back to that realm or whatever. I mean, but it left so many unanswered questions that were just little breadcrumbs that Kubrick laid out. He didn't lay out all the answers. He didn't clarify things. He just kind of left it hazy, but left enough crumbs to make you think that, was it reincarnation? Was it possession? Was what the hell? Just what was that? What did I just watch? But you're happy, for other things. But it was a damn good movie, especially for that time where special effects were what they were, and all of that stuff.
Yeah. And hey, Benjamin, your daddy was mean for showing you this movie as a child, bro. He shouldn't have showed you this. I saw it as a child, but I wasn't supposed to look at it.
Red
I wish
Rob,
I didn't
Red
see it as
Rob,
a child.
Red Rob.
I really wish I did not see this as a child, but the important part of it, kids, in Triple R was the end. And all the events that happened during this movie came to a conclusion for me in that black and white picture that showed up in the end, that he was a part of those people that lost their lives during this unaliving that happened in this hotel. So basically, the hotel's been empty for. Remember the guy. I think the scariest part of the movie to me was the guy in the washroom in the bathroom that was telling him stuff. Remember, that was just like
His attendant that was like
yeah,
his guide.
that spooked the shit out of me.
It was like, I think you should cut their heads off. I think you're right.
Watch it late. Watch it.
Well, I didn't say nothing.
Don't say that.
But it was also something about this movie. Remember we were talking about the Titanic a few weeks ago, and at the end of that movie, when the old lady jumped in the water and stuff, and she went back to the ship.
Wait, before you finish that, Trips, you just skipped over what I was trying to finish with.
Huh.
The guy in the bathroom was telling him who he was. He was the guy that did the unaliving.
Oh yeah, yeah. And so he was like possession, like I'm gonna pass this on to you. You're in the real world, so go and handle that.
He's reliving it.
Yeah,
he's reliving what he did to his own family.
You know, that possession, that flashback to whatever the hell it was. But he was reliving it, but it was current as well because his wife and kid were there in the flesh. So it was freaky. It was freaky.
You for all the people that's listening to the show right now, watching it, go back and watch The Shining again, and everything that me and Triple R are talking about will come to full fruition.
Yeah.
In the scenes this is really, really dark and like, man, this is bad. And I'm not surprised now that I was this terrified when I watched this movie now. Even then I was terrified. I'm still terrified of this movie.
But see, it never terrified me. I was never scared. I was just more entertained.
Something's wrong with you.
Yeah, I would stipulate to that. Because it was kind of like, Red Rob, and there's like the flood is like, I kind of giggled and chuckled at movies like this, but that's just.
I'm scared of your ass, but that's The Shining, man. Most probably in the top 25 movies that were ever made. I'd put my flag on this. I stamp my flag in the ground and say this is one of the top 25 best movies ever made. Probably I go top 10. Man, this is really, really good.
Interesting.
But you got anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. So, like I said, it's been a very, very, very long time since I've seen this. So I'm gonna have to actually watch this one again.
You should, kid. You really should.
There's a reason. So I'm paying attention to the chat. Shout out to Ben Williams, man. Benjamin Williams, 18, who's out there. Why I'm giving him a big shout out is he's talking about, and somebody else might have mentioned it in the chat too, Dr. Sleep. So Dr. Sleep is apparently part 2 to this. So it would kind of be cool. Dr. Sleep came out in like 2019. It would be cool for me to go back and watch The Shining and then watch Dr. Sleep sort of together to see how they roll up. Apparently the little boy in The Shining is all grown up in Dr. Sleep, and that's basically what Dr. Sleep is based upon. So cool little tidbits to note there. Other things as far as Kubrick is concerned, huge, like, and how do I approach where I'm going here? So back in the day, there's like this guy picked up and he left Hollywood. He's one of the few guys to pick up and do that at that time. And there was a lot of speculation as to why he did. I'm going to be a good human and say that the general public view and or speculation is not stuff that I'm going to get into today. So there's that. The flip side of this is that general speculation might have been absolute BS, because hot on the heels of him leaving, he does A Clockwork Orange. And A Clockwork Orange is one of the weirdest films.
It was weird.
It's weird as all hell, but it's dope. I think as long as you're an adult, you should watch that movie. Like, if you're saying this is top 25, the Clockwork Orange is much higher on that list. You should definitely watch it and experience it for what it's worth. The rest of Stanley Kubrick's list of films are very eclectic and interesting, and end with Eyes Wide Shut, as is mentioned in the chat.
Some freaky shit right there.
That's a swan song, bro.
So
but we got a couple more.
Full Metal Jacket, come on.
We got a couple more to get to. So let's. Anything else, kids?
Yeah, I'm just gonna tie up what I'm saying. Like, long story short, you may want to watch some of these Stanley Kubrick movies to get an idea of where his headspace was as a director. And I think it might have, like, in retrospect, I think it might have been in a very poignant place for today's world.
I would just say this, man. You're right, kids. Maybe there's a reason why he got to that headspace, and it might fit well in this day and time. True. But yeah, I think he's trying to tell the world something. And
that's what I'm trying to say without really saying what that might kind of have been or looked like. If you cross-reference A Clockwork Orange and then Eyes Wide Shut, and from the year 2026 and looking backwards, I think it'd be a pretty eye-opening situation.
Like, oh shit.
Yo, damn. Okay.
Yeah. I can speak to that, man. Eyes Wide Shut is something else, but
yeah,
I think you guys will enjoy this on a lighter note, talking about some of the best things I've ever seen produced. This is one of the ones for sure.
You will choke yourself.
What'd you guys think about this one?
Oh, what is that? Lord of the Rings? Wasn't it like
one of the best trilogies I've ever seen in my life?
Yeah, trilogy. There's 3 of them. Now, this came out in the generation that I would take my son to the movies, and I swear to God, as soon as like this started, I was taking a nap. I wake up for some of the fight scenes, and then I was like, "Yeah, cool," and then I go back to sleep. It's like my Precious and the midgets and the hobbits, and it's like, what are we doing here? And it's like, okay, fantasy, yay, cool.
Okay, let me jump you, Trips, man, because you really pissing on the parade here. And I gotta help out the situation. I cannot let that ride, man. This is one of the best fantasy trilogies. Now, you gotta remember, this thing is set in the medieval times, and this is when medieval times is called medieval times. And when you think of the word medieval, two words, medieval times, you start thinking of barbaric stuff that was happening during that times. You start adding in dragons, you start adding in, what do you call it, wizards and all that kind of stuff, and you got you something. What's curious to me is how long it must have taken to, in all these different locations, to pull off the scenes that they pulled off in here. The imagery, the technology that was put together in this movie was absolutely epic. Epic. Whoever spent the money to do this and had the pockets to do this thing was the bomb. To this day, this is probably the best trilogy of a movie that I've ever seen, fantasy movie that I've ever seen. This is like epic. And this would make somebody like Kez love what is it? What's the series that you love so much?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Things like this. So if you don't like this genre, Trips, just be quiet, man. Let me
let me.
Well, you asked, I thought about it.
He did. So do you like Star Wars at all, Trip?
Star Wars. Wait, is that the one with Luke or is that the one with Captain Kirk?
Star Wars is with Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, the first one was all right. Then they kind of lost me with all the back and forth and all that bullshit.
So like first three movies were decent, right?
Yeah, they're all right.
Okay, all right. So it's just a time frame thing. The general idea of Star Wars came from two properties, and the first one would be Dune. The second one would be The Lord of the Rings. Much of what George Lucas was trying to do was to beat Dune to the box office, but also Tripio, C-3PO. Like there's so many layers of influence in the Star Wars trilogy that are direct results of Tolkien, right? So big ups to this particular version of Lord of the Rings. There have been others. Shit lasted super long. You know what I mean? Like each one of these movies is about 3 hours. So I understand.
I loved every second of all of it.
I did too. These are those 3 hour situations where I definitely did not fall asleep. I'm fully in. But it has a lot to do with just the literary angle here, man. Like they did a lot of work trying to really capture what was in those books and present that to the world. Like there's a few, like very similar to Game of Thrones, again, like given the comparison. They went to great lengths in the first 5 seasons of Game of Thrones to be as close to and as true as possible to the source material. This trilogy pretty much bang on with regards to the source material. So you really have to give that, that portion of it a thumbs up. If you were to go out there and grab the Lord of the Rings trilogy from a book perspective today and start reading it down, it looks, smells, and feels a whole lot like what they actually captured in this trilogy of films.
Hey, kids, don't let Trips piss in your Cheerios. This shit is amazing.
It's definitely up there. I really enjoyed the ride across the board. My major question about this whole trilogy is like, did Samwise and Buddy bang at the end? Just gotta
hold on. Man.
Wait, what?
Oh,
yeah.
No, you don't say that in front of Trip, man.
Wait, you mean the 2 little buddies?
Man, hey man, don't say that in front of Trips, man.
I think they might have like,
Oh Lord,
Lord,
what did I have? What was I taking my child to watch?
You gonna make me have to mute this motherfucker? Stop, man.
It's funny though. It's the one. It's just the way things ended. It was just a little bit.
Why? I didn't even think of no shit like that. What the fuck is that?
You need to watch the last 15 minutes of the movie and do it.
What do you call them?
Last 15 minutes of that movie, bro. And I was like, wait a minute,
this movie, dog. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, man?
Sean Austin is like, are you trying to pick this homie up? What's going on?
What did he call him? What was his name from? He called him something.
So it's Samwise and
Master Frodo. Master.
And Frodo.
He called him Master a lot.
Yeah. I think I'm just saying it just got really weird at the very end of the movie.
Hey Smitty, they staring down the dark side. I'm not gonna do shit about it.
Brother, I wasn't even looking at that through the whole movie.
How the fuck did you notice it then? Because I never noticed the shit.
I'm just saying I went like 8 hours and 45 minutes of Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, yeah, this is wait a second. How do we what are these two?
How you get there, man? How you get there?
Saying, and my gator is the worst thing ever. I'm just saying, like, I don't really have any, so I might be completely off base.
I'm gonna get us back on track, man. Golly. What the fuck?
Talk about
I'm just long story short though, this trilogy for action, for fight scenes, for the crazy or case scenarios, like this movie was dope. The elves, My boy's in this movie. One of my favorite actors is in this movie, and that's the guy who plays Mr. Anderson in The Matrix. Elrond,
he's
King
good
of the
with ears.
yeah, Elrond, King of the Elves. He's one of my favorite actors in just about anything he shows up in. But I love the trilogy from front to back. I have all 6 of them, including The Hobbits, somewhere floating around the house on Blu-ray. But it's been a while since I've gone back and watched this shit just because of that last 15 minutes. I was like, what the fuck?
Let me tell you how I found out about this. This was in 2009.
Oh, you didn't watch this in the theater, no, man?
I keep trying to tell you, man.
Oh, man, okay.
I keep trying to tell you. All the shit that you've been watching, and look, man, this shit came to me way later.
Okay.
I'm out there living life and females and all that kind of shit, man.
Bro, I'm taking broads to the movies, bro. What are you doing?
So, look. I found out about this way later, about 2009, 2010, and somewhere in that neighborhood. So one of my brothers, man, he's famous for going over to my mother's house, and he sees Tabasco sauce. She'll buy a brand new big bottle of Tabasco sauce. He goes to everybody's house and steals their Tabasco sauce. He just got a thing for Tabasco.
Evil, man.
He's evil as shit.
That's cool.
I want to slap the shit out of him all the time.
Cold.
Hey, you're gonna take my Tabasco sauce.
And I just don't do it, man, because I love him. He's like Trips, man. He's evil, but you just love him. You know what I mean? Anyway, this motherfucker, man, he taking everybody's goddamn Tabasco. Everybody, man, I just bought a new bottle of Tabasco.
It's gone missing. Oh,
yeah. It's this motherfucker. So anyway, long story short, I go to his house. You know, I ain't gonna tell you what happened, but I ended up having to go to his house and had to console him over some shit that happened. Somebody passed away, and we was down in his little basement, his little man cave, and I noticed that was down there. He had 2 of them. Remember, man, we live in the hood, and he had a nice house in the hood like I do, but he's still in the hood, you know. So in the hood, you get all kinds of different shit that come your way. Somebody will pop on your doorstep in 5 minutes and be like, "Hey, man, I got this, I got that." Obviously, he got 2 versions of the trilogy in package. He had it all packaged up. It was still in plastic. He had all of them, like the collector set. And so, I mean, they have extra CDs in there. So it's like 5 CDs in that motherfucker, man. So you can see all the little bloopers and all the shit that's going on. And so he had 2 of them. So I got his ass. I'm like, he always running around here taking everybody Tabasco. So I could fuck that motherfucker. I took his shit. And that's how I learned about the Lord of the Rings. To this day, he don't know I got his shit.
He does now.
He still don't know.
Couldn't no man discover for some pilfered shit.
Serve you right.
He's like, what am I watching? Oh, damn, this is
look at Patrick. He said only kids would see the movie and see the
Schmeagle
trying to bang. Look, it ain't Schmeagle though. Schmeagle was just trying to do the whole precious thing. It's Samwise and Frodo at the end. Tell me I'm wrong. Watch the last 20 minutes and tell me I'm wrong. Because like I'm like,
what was that? What was that?
Tell me you got some weird ass shit going on. Don't tell me you got some weird ass shit.
Bro, I didn't make the movie. I'm just watching.
I mean, because he was schizophrenic as all hell.
I'm just watching the movie. The last 20 minutes of this film, when they're winding things down,
give me some shit.
It just got a little bit weird for me. And I don't know what happened to those 2 hobbits.
Let me rub your feet, Mr. Frodo.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just
all right. Agree or disagree? Lord of the Rings,
dope as all
2 or 3 trilogies ever made.
As far as trilogies are concerned, I'm gonna have to. It's definitely at the top of the list for sure.
I can't think of trilogies offhand, but I remember Dune. I remember having to read that about the spice and all that. That shit was boring as hell. So was the movies.
Did you watch these new movies though?
Boring as hell.
Really? You didn't like the new Dune?
Boring as hell.
Wow.
I mean, all right, cool. You got blue eyes. You figured out different languages and you learn how to ride worms. Yeah, so exciting. Yeah. So I mean, this is something that you put in.
I can't ride them.
What is wrong with your mind, man?
I don't just like the fantasy stuff. I'm not into fantasy.
You got to. You don't have. You don't. Something is blocking your imagination.
I'm more realistic. I get imagination and I understand that shit. That just doesn't interest me.
Something definitely is blocking your imagination right now. Something is.
I'd rather learn how to field dress an animal.
Oh Lord.
You know what I mean? I'd rather watch that.
I don't even want to have a conversation about that. But
okay,
you just got to saying that Lord of the Rings one of the top trilogies ever made.
RJ,
I'm finna meet you with the smoke, Kez and
RJ Pliskin just listed a good addition to that trilogy list there in the chat too. There's another one.
That is a good one.
Yeah,
I ain't even studied them hard, but that's
you what now, dog?
I look, I know a little bit, but not all of it. I haven't seen it all. Just telling you.
You didn't see those 3 movies?
All right, kids, hold on now. Why tee this up? Why tee this up now? Best trilogies ever. Here you go, kids.
Oh man, I don't know if this is one of the best 3 movies ever.
That ain't what you
trilogy, not just singular.
So there's a strange reason why I like backpedal a bit with this series. I think there might even be 6 movies in this series now, the 5 to 6. If you really watch these movies, at some point you're going to recognize the fact that it's really just one film. They're all identical. All 5 movies. Terminator 3 is a terrible film. Like, just to layer on. Terminator 2 is a fucking masterpiece.
Okay, well, let me say this. Allow me to say this, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The scary part about this is artificial intelligence. In a nutshell, when you focus on that and what artificial intelligence is capable of being, this should sack your goddamn your fantasies, all your thoughts, and this could screw all of them up. The idea of artificial intelligence that can jump from time to time to time to time, that doesn't scare you.
Well,
we're in the age of AI right now. We're in the very crux of it right now.
Again, like, nothing scares me, but this the layers of concept here for this trilogy are like this, like, it's pretty wild, right? So you're talking about, again, AI, you're talking about lead up to a apocalyptic case scenario, plus post-apocalyptic case scenario, plus time travel and robots. Like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Like, this is kind of the fullest package that you could possibly get of just sci-fi funk. And the first movie is good. It's a sort of a fish out of water situation, and really puts Linda Hamilton on a pretty cool pedestal. And then you get into the second film, and the second film, boys, straight up, the second film is a masterpiece. I don't care what anybody else has to say. It is one of my favorite movies to this day. And you got to give her, as an actress, a lot of props, because this in the first film, she's just a lady who's in a weird situation and she's dealing with it. In the second film, she's a friggin' badass gangster gal. Like, she's ready for whatever's popping off. She is. So, and she's not, she couldn't. She's probably 5'2", soaking wet. Like 125 pounds, muscles, single hand cocking a shotgun.
Fun
you know what I'm saying? Like, it was dope, bro. It was pretty sexy. End of the day, you have to give her a lot of respect. I know, like, Schwarzenegger.
Do me a favor, Cash, before you finish telling that story. Just read what I'm about to put on the screen. This is what Scrolls said.
AI is already smart enough to shut down our way of life. Soon it'll be sentient enough to actually do it. Yeah, And like we'll, if we're having that level of conversation about this movie, yeah, that's the problem. And right now it's a race to see who gets the guap out of that AI, who gets to, because it ain't us. We're about to get the stark reality of the fact that there's a bunch of things that we generally do and use to make money, and we won't be able to do that anymore because it's been automated. That's coming. But once they start to port AI into a robot, and we're starting to see it all over the place,
it's a new frontier, man.
I don't think it'll be the three of our generations, but it's going that direction.
Oh, it's going to be in our generation.
So it may well actually be in our generation, Trip. And the reason that I'm saying this is technology takes off, and like I guess I'm going to use the word multiplies. It multiplies in about every 6 months tier. That it maybe 5 months now. I think about 5 months for technology to sort of realize itself and double its capacity. AI and quantum computing has and will exponentially speed up that time frame. All right. So one might sit and think, yeah, this isn't going to happen anytime soon. It's going to take a long time for them to get to that level. Man, quantum computing powered by AI is going to push the boundaries of what we understand as technological advance very quickly.
Can I tell you guys something real quick? And this is just known information. You can see if you're like, let me say this. And I apologize to all the people that might be tuning in here from Twitter or X. I hate that website. And I've said that multiple times, but there's a reason why I'm not there. I can't tolerate that website. I cannot. Every time I log into that website, I feel like I need a bath. It's very nasty, very dark, very ugly. And for people that really can tolerate that kind of thing, I guess it must be like a pigsty for you. But for me, I just apologize to the people that follow me over there, follow what the network does over there, and all of that, because I wish I could be more available to you. There's a reason why I choose not. That's a very dark place, and I'm a very light person. Dark and light don't mix. And I thought long and hard about it. And although Triple R, different people have said to me the advantages of making sure that you're available there on X. And that is a fucked up place, man. I'm just telling you guys right now, if you're a light person like I am, that is not the place to be, man. I need a bath every time I hate that place. And so you're talking about AI and what AI can do for people and to people. What it can do to people is very evident on X. Very. There are bots, all kinds of AI just manipulating people's minds and taking people into a dark ass fucking reservoir that you ain't never going to be able to get out of it if you don't pull yourself away from it now. And this is one of the side effects of what AI can do. In this movie is kind of what, and it shows you in a terrifying way physically what it can do to the world. It can destroy the world and create an apocalyptic kind of situation. But what it can do to us in real time today, as we live now, is fuck you over mentally in a website like that that's run by a hateful individual who is disgusting. And that is Elon Musk. He's disgusting. And, I'm not going to participate in a website that has somebody that's leading it like that. And so I just apologize to everybody on X that expects us to be there. I really am sorry about that, but it's about principle for me before anything. So I just want to say that to everybody, man. And it just fits into the conversation about what AI can do to the human being. And that's in display on X.
You know what? Knowing that because because knowing that you could log in and follow a post, and it gets you feeling some kind of way and get you wanting to ready to respond. Just ask yourself: the odds that this is a bot are very good. Why even waste your time? Because you're not going to change anybody's mind. You're not going to make them think the way you think, or show the flaws in their ways. I use it because that's kind of like where all the teams are, where all the reporters are that, drop the latest news. But I'm not on there to live the social media experience and share every fucking thought I have, and comment on everything I see. Is like, nah, don't like it, keep scrolling, don't like it, keep scrolling. Don't take the time to be like, why are you posting this? This is stupid. No, it's stupid to reply to that. But yeah, and as far as trilogies go, I'm more of an old school guy, and I looked up like what are trilogies. You got the Batman, you got X-Men, and all this other stuff. But give me the Sergio Leone directed, Clint Eastwood starring in A Fistful of Dollars, A Few Dollars More, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and I'm a happy camper.
You went Clint Eastwood on their asses.
Yeah.
I'm
it's like AI is gonna do what it's gonna do, whatever. You learn how to use it, what it looks like, because we will see a lot of videos that is like, oh shit, did you see that video? And it's like, yeah, that's AI. I mean, you got to learn what it is, because AI is still nascent, it's still detectable by a good human eye and ear, but it's getting to the point to where deep fakes, you won't know the difference. And it's like, people that are easily influenced or or on the edge, ready to be, pushed over that other side, they will fall for these deep fakes and do the bidding of whoever's programming the AI. Because remember, it's not the AI programming itself right now, it's people programming the AI for their nefarious purposes.
Yeah.
So there's always gonna be a requirement, like two things to say. So like, folks out there, if you're even remotely worried about AI, go learn how to manipulate it now. You will be better off for it over the course of the next few years. You will be. Go learn that. It's readily available all over the place. Go learn that shit. The flip side to this is like along the lines of what Trip was sort of describing a little while ago. Something else that folks should do. I think it's important at this level of, of the timeline, of the great timeline. If good old fucking Loki show. Anyhow, at this time, I think everybody should go and do a little bit of cybersecurity training. You should have an understanding of what a bot actually is, how to identify it, and what hacking is, how to identify it. And I'm gonna say some real shit about hacking. Hacking might be, at the computer level. Somebody might have sent you an email and you might have clicked on the wrong thing. Like, that's hacking. But hacking is also it is actually easier to hack a person at this level in time than it is to hack that person's computer shit. Just saying. Easier to manipulate a person to get the information that you want directly from them in order to utilize that information to get, again, what you want. So take that for what it's worth. I would actually suggest that folks watch a great show, Mr. Robot. I'll give you a little bit of an understanding on what hacking is, what it isn't, how they can hack. It's called a social hack, hacking a person. You'll get an understanding of it, and like I'll be super real. I was hacked by a human being, and I felt so fucking stupid. But I learned so much from the experience that it'll never happen again. Right.
Let me help this conversation out. I don't know if it's going to help what you're saying out, but I'm gonna stretch it out a little further into kind of like the mental and spiritual realm. And I'll say this to you: all you got to do is be right, be righteous, and that sounds like religious and all that kind of stuff, but that's not the intent here. What I'm saying to you all is, I'm gonna take it back just a little bit and tell you that everything that you're seeing, everything that you're witnessing, what's going on in the world, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in freaking Europe, wherever you are, and you're listening to this show, one thing that you will remember me saying is they are all the people in power. The people in power that are creating this, they have power for a reason. The people in power are creating this to maintain power. What you have to know as a human being and a citizen of the world, not the United States, not Canada, not Europe, not wherever you live at in the world, what you have to know as a citizen of the world is to know that the people in power are kicking and screaming and pulling at strings just to maintain power, because they know that the people of the world, once they realize that that's them pulling at the strings and keeping you misled and keeping you having to pay all these bills and not really enjoying life and seeing the things in the world that you should see, you will live and die not enjoying the fruits of your labor if you don't see this the way I'm describing it to you. The people in power are evil. As we speak right now, I don't know what the people in power are going to look like tomorrow, but as we speak right now, the people in power are evil. You understand me? Evil. And I'm talking about all the trimmings that might come with all the something steam files and all that kind of shit. And I'm not being political about this, and I refuse to do that. But I want to tell you that's listening to me that the people in power are evil. And we, as citizens of the world, have to stop them. Period. That's the story. And so all the stuff about being worried about what AI can do to you and what artificial intelligence can create, just know that there's a nucleus to it. Evil MFers. Just know that.
Yeah.
Any last thoughts before we get out of here? Because we do got to wrap this up, man.
There's a lot of sociopaths that are in our offices, but I think the first step to understanding and dealing with elected officials, no matter the party, no matter the country, is to understand their motivations. You know, are they there for them, or are they there for the people? And then also look at, their funding. But I think one of the things that we have to really address is they are not our leaders. They are our elected officials. You look at it from that standpoint, it diminishes some of the mental power that they hold over you. It's like you're an elected elected official. Next election, we just swap you out, as opposed to take me to your leader and we got to follow whatever it is the fuck you say. So use the different terminology, because words do matter.
All right. Okay, it's real quick, man. Just stray away from the politics. Yeah, Trips just set you up for.
Love how you open the politics Pandora's box.
And he shouldn't have.
I'm not allowed to fucking say anything about the politics Pandora's box. Here's what I'll say. It's all bad. So like, fucking doomsday prep, get your shit on, and figure out that at some point, it ain't about left or right. It's about us versus them. And it's about us versus them. You know, even getting down to brass tacks about good and bad and right and wrong. We all know what that is. So it's them who's doing the bad, and it's us that unfortunately are also doing the bad. And I'll get to that, what that means. We are also doing the bad because all it takes is one man to turn a blind eye to evil for evil to win. And there's a lot of blind eyes out there. So that's my 2 cents.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good 2 cents. Let me close this up with the last thoughts on the Terminator and what that movie meant to me. And hopefully y'all don't have.
Sure, we're talking about a movie.
Yeah, we're still talking about what you see on the screen. The movie was a great trilogy and was a great intro into what artificial intelligence can bring to the world. Remarkably made in the 80s, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm one of those people that's kind of partial to retro kind of things like this, movies and stuff like that. I got these channels on my TV where I can watch this old stuff and have conversations about it. But this one had a particular meaning for me. And you guys just got through discussing in a nutshell some of that stuff. And I could imagine when I seen this stuff the first time, like really? Like artificial intelligence can have that kind of power. That's kind of what this movie is saying. I think somebody would stop me if I was wrong. Am I wrong when I say that? I don't think so. I don't think so. Artificial intelligence can have enormous power on your mind. And what I'm saying to you all is have control of your mind and know bullshit when you see it. Because artificially, you can be indoctrinated into stuff that you really ain't really accepting of. And I think there's a lot of people out there like that.
The movie Shining, the Jack Nicholson character, that was a psychotic thing that he was envisioning, with the previous hotel residents and the bartender and the guy in the bathroom. But AI can fill that role, and AI can influence people to do things in real life.
It's a really bad situation we found ourselves in as humans. And I just want to say that before I tell you this last thing about the Terminator series. I'm not as steeped in it as Kids is in this, but I've seen two. I've seen two. I think there's another at least three that I haven't seen. But the first two were enough for me. I think Go ahead, Kids.
I was saying that's all you need. One frames the second film. The second film is again a masterpiece. Everything that happens after Terminator 2 is pretty much forgettable. This last Terminator movie was actually pretty good, but it's just a good all around. You know what I mean? It's a good all around action type film. Like it's just a good film. But if you're really looking at at those aspects I was talking about before, sort of culminating, end of the world, post-apocalyptic, robots, time travel, AI. The first two is all you need to really get a basis in all of that stuff and have a fun time doing it.
All right, enough said with this stuff, man. We gotta get ready to close this thing out and do what we do, man. Any final thoughts about the show and what we were talking about during the show? Anything that was interesting, whether it's bears, whether it's all this other stuff we talked about, feel free to speak on it before we close this out.
A shout out to John Wick, love those series. And a shout out to Dalen Terry, former Chicago Bull, as he was just recently traded to the New York Knicks for Gershon Yabusele. So, Bull's still making moves. The direction, we're not sure.
Oh, Skull's got the oxtails.
Oh, nice. Right on, Red Baron.
Damn.
Big up to everybody for tuning in. Appreciate it, as we do on every Wednesday, some extra sauce. And Sunday, Nomad at Night. Hey, Sunday, isn't that Super Bowl Sunday? We're still doing Nomad at Night, right?
Oh, there's no chance we're doing it during the bowl.
Well, it's supposed to be your mock draft, but you call it.
Yeah, let's watch. Let's enjoy the Super Bowl, gentlemen.
No Nomad at Night this week, per Kids.
I think we will.
Don't blame Nomad.
Blame Kids. We'll put a pin in it this week, this Sunday. Enjoy drinks, nachos, queso
dip.
You know what I'm saying? All that good stuff with the fam. We will have a Super Bowl hoagie as we always do around these parts. And yeah, maybe a little bit of chili. But enjoy that game. I'm torn on who goes where and who I should even cheer for. All I know is
Seattle, man.
Velus Jones is really all I gotta say.
But JJ
don't even get him started. Let's keep going.
Hey, I didn't heard y'all talk about queso dip and chili. I ain't heard no mention of vegetables. You need something to ease all that stuff on through the system.
What it's all about. That's what.
Well, there will be vegetables in the chili. Huh?
Yeah, ain't no goddamn vegetables on the Super Bowl.
Hey, I'll put vegetables in the chili.
So y'all not even having no celery and carrots with wings?
I will put carrots. There will be carrots and peppers in that celery and beans too.
Yeah, man, ain't no healthy when it comes to Super Bowl parties, man. None.
Well, my bidet is nice and ready. So make sure y'all do what you got to do. Make sure you stay hydrated and eat a few vegetables, I guess, before. You want to keep the system flowing. And big up to all the ladies, and then big up to everybody who is subscribed to Sports Chicago Style, also known as @RRSCS. And a shout out to Coach Trip, and Chef Trips for their contributions to the creative content that we provide for you. So please make sure you are subscribed. Much appreciated. And to those that are subscribed, much appreciated. Kids?
Just like to say that I have as many touchdowns in this NFL season as Velus Jones does. And I think we can leave it right there. But give this beautiful dude, some love over at Keds the Canuck. Give me a like, share, subscribe. Drop me a comment. I will respond. Do the same things for my guy over at Sports Chicago. And do the same thing for my guy over at
the
Nomad Network. Give these guys a little bit of love as well as myself so we can keep doing the darn thing for you on a regular basis. But we'll be back here next week, Wednesday. Enjoy the big game. It should be a fun watch. I do expect Seattle to run it down the line. That's my thoughts on the situation. But it's a football game, and you know what? Any given Sunday, y'all. So I'll put my bets in, and hopefully the degenerate can come out.
Wait, who you getting on, Matt?
I got Seattle.
Kids?
Seattle.
Yeah, make it a three-way, no Diddy, Seattle.
Yeah. Guess I got to run that football this time around, though.
All right. I'll tell you this, man. I just want to appreciate everybody that came to the show tonight and enjoyed the content with us. Please make sure you subscribe to all 3 channels. You know who we are, man. We are the Nomad Network. We are Sports Chicago Style, and we are Keds the Canuck. We are streaming live as we 3 platforms. Please stop for a second and hit the subscribe button. It absolutely costs you nothing. And we just would appreciate you if you did that, man. Hit the like button too if you feel like it. But I just wanted to say about all the content that we did today and start with the Bears, man. There's a bunch of virtue signaling going on when it comes to our conversation about what we think the Bears should do. Think nothing of it because that's just the way each one of us think. And some of the things that you guys said in the chat, it's the way you think about where we should go. But guess what? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what they're going to do in Hallis Hall is what they're going to do in Hallis Hall. We're going to find out in about like 40 days, 39, 38 days, whatever, however long it's going to be before that tampering period starts, because it's going to start sooner than you think. And we will be off Sunday per Keds the Canuck. And I'm cool with that, man, because my girlfriend's off this weekend, so I won't blame you for that. Triple R, you guys, man, Keds, you guys have a good time. Enjoy your Super Bowl. We deserve that. And because we're not there, man, I'm good with that, man. So I just appreciate you guys for being here and always being lively and loving in the chat, man. I meant what I said about people that haven't seen me on Twitter, man. I just had to describe to you why. You know what I'm saying? It was important to me to explain to you guys why you don't see me on Twitter. There's principles when it comes to this life I live. I love the Bears. I love having Bears conversations. And I would love to just cut through the negative that's on that platform. I just don't have it in me because light and dark don't really mix. And that is a very dark place. And then I'm just going to stand on principle when it comes to that. Of course, it could be something that you could be losing not being there, but that's not the most important thing in the world. The Bears are not the most important thing in the world. Your life is the most important thing in the world. Your principles are the most important thing in the world. What do you stand for? What do you live for? What's your purpose? How can you apply yourself to what you see going on now currently in the world? That's your principle. How can you elevate yourself? That's your principle. Remember that. All this other stuff that we talk about that's fun and it's entertaining and it's engaging. But at the end of the day, who are you? What are you here for? What are you supposed to be doing to help this entire world get better? That's the point. Don't let evil people hold us back. Remember that as you go into the next day of your life. And I just want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.